Hot Mike.
We're counting down.
Hot Mike. Hot Carl.
Hot roast beef and cheddar. Ladies and gentlemen, leave your thumbs up now and get ready for disappointment.
Oh my goodness!
What the?
Oh boy, we're
How'd that get
everybody?
Oh no! It's Vince Biel.
What the hell? Yeah.
Left over from Saturday night.
Look at those delicious buckets of Colonel's popcorn, though.
Oh,
Jesus! Everybody's a whore for Colonel's popcorn.
It's good.
I'm getting mine Thursday, by the way. Thank you, Colonels.
Thank you, Colonels, for delicious popcorn you're sending us all for the Super Bowl, I assume.
Can't say Super Bowl.
Oh, we can't say that?
No. Did you know that that's like, unless you're an official sponsor or an official partner of the National Football League, you can't refer to the Super Bowl in any way, shape, or form as a commercial endeavor unless you're talking about as like a sports report.
Well, I'm going to be watching it, so I have to talk about it.
I guess, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll be watching it. Well, and we'll be having big buckets of Colonel's gourmet popping corn at our side.
Ah, stuff's amazing.
That's what everybody says. Never tried it.
You'll have to get some.
The Super Bowl.
Colonels, send me some popcorn to send to Neanderthal.
Hello, I like popcorn too.
Oh, you haven't had any yet?
No.
Oh, Colonels. We love you.
I'm trying to promote them. Johnny's like, oh, you haven't had them? Well, not this week.
Oh, it's amazing.
See, I believe in honesty in advertising. I'm not going to promote you till you feed me.
Yeah, just send Paulie and I Super Bowl buckets. That's
Super
all.
buckets.
Super buckets.
Super buckets. Super bags.
Or Super Bowls.
That's
Big
what that is.
Bowls.
That's a Colonel's tin right there.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to have to make a choice on Sunday. I'm either going to have soup or bowl.
Let's smoke a soup. Come on.
Yeah, I think I love Stephen Colbert refers to it as the superb owl.
Oh, nice. It's a wonderful. Last time I saw that superb owl, he was appearing on Mr. Rogers' show.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Wow. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Talking Guitars and 80's Metal Live on the Johnny Beane podcast. It is February 2nd, 2021, 8:11 Eastern, 5:11 Colonel time.
Colonel time.
6:11 in 85-degree Arizona.
Yeah.
It almost hit 90 here today. That's awesome.
Wow. It's rainy here.
February
in Santa
2nd,
Cruz.
baby.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You've been getting rain down there in Hollywood, huh, John?
I've been getting drowned here in Hollywood. It's beautiful, though. I love watching a good thunderstorm, just, sitting. I have big windows there. I love watching the clouds roll in and the lightning across the horizon and, hearing the rain and falling asleep to it. But I really, really miss, I've been talking about it on Facebook lately. I really, really miss the snow that we're getting back east in my home of New York.
Yeah.
And I asked everyone to send me photos. If you're from New York or Long Island, where I'm from, send me photos of the snow because I'm homesick.
That reminds me. Point to your left. See that phone number? Your other left.
Oh, that's
that phone number right there.
Left.
That phone number. You can send us pictures. You can send us photos of snow for John. Send us photos. We've been doing this the past few shows, and it's been incredible.
Oh, cool.
Send us photos. Text them to that number, 415-952-3263, of yourself watching the show. Turn around, take a selfie with your screen.
Nice.
We'll show them. Yeah, it's been great.
That's fun. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
We love audience participation.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the audience of us that have power today, I'm sure like half the eastern seaboard of our viewers is like in blackout conditions. I know a lot of people have been losing power over there.
Oh man.
All right, so I'll do the quick roll call if you guys want to do it.
Go, Paulie.
All right, so hello, Browns fan Charles Green, Dwight Bailey, E flat 916. That's up in Sacramento, baby.
Wait, you got to read these guys first.
Oh, I don't want to read those. I'll
read those. I'll read those when he's done. Let Paulie do the roll call.
Yeah,
then
I'll do the roll call in the chat, and then we'll get the fuck the producers. They've already paid their money.
We got your money. We got your money. That's how the show's staying on. We got your money.
It's about the audience first, and then the producers. Remember that.
Okay.
The producers are part of the audience. I'll read
money.
the producers after Paulie's done with the roll call.
All right, Browns fan, Cecil Music, Charles Green, Dwight Bailey, E flat 916 up in Sacramento, Fruitcake Tony, Hal Face, James Gum, Janice Lala, Jim Nicholas, Johnny Who, Craven Soda, Kurt 5150, Linny Lou, and Mary too. Mike Johnson, Renus Pinkle, Robot Master Switch, Sanda Picorni. Let's all sing it together.
That was terrible. How did we fuck that up?
We just, because that's who we are.
We're good.
Stephen Franklin, Thomas Santiago, Thrash Metal and Fun Rest, Vistalite 1972, Voodoo Child SJ, and Will Star. I think I have everybody, but if I missed you, and the rest. How about that?
The rest. Bravo, Paulie.
And the rest. That's what I do for a living.
And that's the sound I make in the shower.
That's not cool. Did you see my post today? You'll never get to heaven with a handful of penis.
Oh, well, I'm screwed. What if it's barely a handful? What if it's like maybe a fistful?
Fisting? You'll never get to heaven fisting either.
Ah, shit. I'm screwed. Well, I'm going to have one hell of a rockin' time in hell, along with our executive producers that I'll see there. Charles Green, Joe Christian, Wayno Nameless, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Labs, Ben Tom, James Gum, Voodoo Child, SJ. Thank you for those delicious hot sauces. Mike Neese, Frank Corcoran, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Stephen Franklin, Dan Halen, John Moronic, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael. Dude.
By the way, if you guys are into auctions, today, the toilet seat that was stolen from Adolf Hitler's bunker is going up for auction.
Wer und mein Party?
Yes, Das Pupa. Mein Shitter. Auschwitz.
Wow. Auschwitz.
Become a channel member today. Click the join button.
Yeah, for quality entertainment like us talking about Hitler's toilet. You don't want to miss this, boys and girls.
Oh, boy.
Wow. And we're live on Facebook, where you can help support the shows with Facebook stars.
Yeah, because you don't want to miss fisting my way into hell and Hitler's toilet.
Jesus. That sounds like a great movie.
We're not even 10 minutes in. And already the show is at the peak of quality I've had it this week. Wow,
man.
Well, Hey everybody, welcome
And so here we are,
the show.
By the way, random 80s hair metal band acquisition of the week, Social Intercourse on CD by Smashed Gladys.
I love Smashed Gladys.
Yeah, hadn't seen that in a while. I had Slammin' Gladys, but I happened to come across Smashed Gladys, and I haven't listened to that album since it came out. Came out right around the same time, literally within a couple of weeks of Appetite for Destruction. Not quite as successful.
Now they just changed the name around, right?
What?
Slamming Gladys?
No, different band.
Two different bands. I thought it was the same band renamed.
No.
This shows you what I know, huh?
Nope, two different bands. Smash Gladys better than Slammin' Gladys.
Okay, I thought it was they did a revamp and they kept the name Gladys but
No.
switched it from Smash to Slammin'. What do we got here? And who's that handsome under investigation? Clearly,
It's Chris Bevan.
oh,
Chris
Chris
Bevan,
Bevan, nice.
Butt hanging out of his mouth. Nice.
He
Watching live.
looks-
watching live.
he looks like Dr. X on Operation Mindcrime.
A little bit.
No chance for contact with Chris Bevan.
Yes, Barry McCockner. I know you're there.
And thank you everybody for all the love for Blue Rhino in the chat. Let's see. Brit Vixen. It's her birthday today. Fruitcake
Yes, it
Tony
is.
just said.
Yeah, Brittany Gennaro. Brittany's awesome.
Oh, cool.
Happy birthday to Brit Lightning of Vixen.
Yep. One of the coolest people I know. She's such a nice kid.
And if you're
her success couldn't be more deserved.
And if you're a fan of Vixen, check out the rerun of Fruitcake Tony's show from Saturday, Show Me Your Pick, where he interviewed Cher of Vixen on YouTube.
Cool.
Check that out. Not right now. Right
Cher
now we're
mentioned-
live. So
Didn't
watch
Cher
there.
mention she had COVID?
Did she?
Nothing. Yeah, I think she mentioned it, or somebody in her family had it, and it was like really bad. Like they were struggling to get through it. I mean, they got through it, but they were talking about she had it a while ago.
Well, luckily she made it onto the show on Saturday.
Yeah. No, she also super talented. One of those bass players that doesn't get a whole lot of credit for being as good as she is.
Vixen's a very underrated band. I've always said that.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because there are two Vixens. Obviously, there's the one with Janet and there's the one with Lorraine, and they're different singers and yet both great singers. Lorraine's a little more filthy. Janet's a little more smooth, and it's good.
And Janet's been doing it like for so many years. You know, Lorraine is used to Femme Fatale, so it was a different vibe.
Yep, Femme Fatale's sounded a little more like Soraya and Beth Hart, and sort of a little more gravelly and stuff. So it's not quite as polished. And I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just different. She brings a different vocal edge to Vixen, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a little switch up. And the band itself has undergone a couple of changes, but Vixen's just overall, even through all the changes, they're really a terrific band.
And nice people.
Mm-hmm.
And nice people, and they bring it live. If you ever get the chance to see them live, they're terrific.
I saw them.
Robot Master Switch. I'm trading guitars in my collection for pointing guitars and EVH guitars. Thanks for the inspiration. Well, hey, man, I'm glad we could get you to get rid of those nasty old 59 Les Pauls and pre-CBS Fender Strats for some good Charvel pointy.
Yeah. Sounds like an even trade. You remember back in the day when everybody was going after pointy guitars, you could get, those old school Les Pauls and pre-CBS Strats off the wall for like $400 or $500 at a pop.
Really,
people were paying $1,400 for a Charvel Model 1 and $450 for a 68 Les Paul.
A buddy of mine, my friend Sean from back in New York, shout out if you're watching. He was cleaning a house, and they said, "Hey, anything you want as you're cleaning it out, you can keep." And under the stairwell were 3 old Gibsons from the 50s. You had like a V, an Explorer, and a Les Paul, but this was the 80s. So he takes him into one of the guitar stores on Long Island, and he says, "Hey, I want to trade it toward." I think it was a Kramer, and they made him throw in like $200 cash, and it didn't come with a case. He's like, "Can I get a case?" Well, we'll charge you half for a gig bag. It's like,
Dang,
stupid.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, you wanted something pointy,
Yeah, we didn't even know. We had no idea what was going on.
Oh no, Johnny, tell us who these handsome devils are.
This is Mike Neese.
It's interesting. Mike Neese looks like a badass in that picture, and then you look at the little rainbow of flowers and stuff over that window, and you just go, "Wow, he's a peaceful killer."
Mancuda, hey Mancuda, I sleep with a stuffed animal too.
Why is everyone smoking all of a sudden? I thought everyone in the world gave up smoking. Do we drive our fans to do that? should we get like Marlboro as a sponsor?
Wow. You would think with the passing of Dustin Diamond, people would put down the cigarettes this week.
Yeah, really. 44 years old. Dustin Diamond, for those that don't know, starred in the porno Screeched, Saved by the Smell. And he's known for a few other things. Yes, that is the name of the porno.
And the great uncredited cameo in Swingers, where he gets into the club ahead of Vince Vaughn, and he's fucking furious.
And what else was
Did you just let Screech into the club? How did you let Screech? He's on the list. Show me the list. Show me the fucking list where Screech is on the fucking list.
That's for you, John.
Now, who's that one? That's beautiful.
Kurt 5150.
Thank you, man.
I think
We have snow here. Like if I go outside my house where it's 85 degrees here in Phoenix today, just rubbing it in. If I go outside my house and look to the east, there's a set of mountains where it's called the Four Peaks, and there's snow on the Four Peaks. So I can be wearing shorts, grilling chicken wings in my yard, and look off to the northeast and go, oh, look at the beautiful snow.
I'm gonna pull a Breakfast Club and just scratch my head over some black paper, and hey, there it is. Look, look, Mom, I made a snow form.
Someone has their Ibanez out.
Yeah, David Scher
And his blue Ibanez.
Thank you, Dave. That's a great looking Ivy. And a Coors. Is everyone either drunk, stoned, or smoking up during the show? We like encourage substance abuse constantly, it seems.
That's probably not good, right?
Probably not.
Okay. I had to check.
It makes us more entertaining for sure.
Yeah, the show's funnier if you're drunk. Definitely.
I mean, we are. Brendan Buttcheek said we have 30 inches here in Poughkeepsie. Well, I have. I was about to make the jump. I said, well, I got 7 here in Hollywood, but let's see, 29 in Jersey, New York 30. Brendan, wow, man.
Look at you repping the Mike Gobby shirt again.
Why not, man? It's a cool shirt.
Yeah.
Mike Gobby's Headbangers. Hey, listen, someone sends me a cool shirt and they go out of their way to make the logo pink for me. They get some plugging.
Mike is a local music guy in Tucson, Arizona. We actually used to work together at KDKB in Phoenix before that radio station went away. And Michael is one of the biggest supporters music that you'll ever find. Had an insane record collection that he eventually had to liquidate for financial reasons, which we all deal with. But just a super dude who promotes bands, hosts a lot of these band nights, and that Headbanger shirt that John is wearing it hits a series of shows that he does in the Tucson, Phoenix area. He goes back and forth. So he's one of those guys, sort of a local band promoter guy. Who just loves the scene and is trying to keep the scene moving forward and keep it relevant in a time when it's very difficult to do that.
Nice guy. And by the way, I mentioned 7 inches. I meant 7 millimeters. I'm so sorry to false advertise.
Well, it's the metric system. You know how it goes. Base 10 versus base 12. Those 2 inches make all the difference. That's the difference between ooh and ah.
Yeah, I usually get
Wow.
Thanks, Johnny. Right on top of it. I think that's
Thank you, Jonathan McCulloch. Thank you, Jonathan McCulloch. We appreciate that. All the way from the UK, where he's got no snow.
Yes, but It rains like 400 days a year there.
Yeah, it really does. You go to England. Oh,
that's the John Mancuda in his natural pose. Yep. That's what we call that the glory hole. Good morning, glory hole.
That's after the sperm is burping back up on me.
Had to go there. Had to make it work.
David Shea Gormery. Thank you so much.
I'm not happy unless they self-deprecate a little bit more.
Sure. Well,
look at all these Kramers.
Self-deprecate? Really?
I do a lot of catings.
Yes.
Nice. Nice. So you're watching us right over all those guitars you should be playing instead of watching us.
Yeah. Or play them while you're watching.
Yeah, that's a better idea. Drown us out with real music.
Mm-hmm. And leave a thumbs up.
That's what I do on Saturday night when I get bored. I just pick up the guitar and just start exercising. But it's good because it's not plugged in, so you can't hear it. So but I'm just trying to keep the hands, trying to get better.
Did you see the comment? Somebody left a comment the other night.
No.
Saying how They want to hear you actually. They want to hear you play. They want to hear you plug in or something.
Nobody wants.
They
that,
always
really,
want it. They always say they want to hear us play
until we play.
Yeah, and that's like, you guys suck. We're not in a concert. We're doing comedy.
I you know, that this time, like when we do these shows, there, you know, in this situation, it's a couple hours. Saturday Night Live, it's 3-4 hours. If you sit there and you spend an hour of that show just sitting there exercising, you're getting your practice time in and you're loosening up, and you don't realize you're doing it because you're bullshitting back and forth. So it's actually becoming second nature to you instead of practicing, you know, looking at the neck and trying to get your, if you just sit here and you just sort of hang around.
Who's this?
Uh-oh. It's the crack in someone's ass. I know it. Wait.
Somebody chilling out with their guitar.
Are they dead? Is that a cadaver?
I love that.
What type of
the ultimate
setup
lazy?
is it? What type
That's
of
the ultimate
setup
lazy
is
right
this?
there.
Is that Michael B?
What type of setup is that, man?
That's super lazy. That's awesome.
Oh,
he's gonna make love to his guitar while he's doing. We're the porn soundtrack while he has sex with his guitar.
That's awesome,
you'll
man.
notice that. You'll notice that. I was gonna say you'll notice the input jack is right near his dick.
Yeah, you notice it's angled so he's always laying down watching TV. This is a consistent masturbator.
Yep, good for him.
And I want to know where to get one of those stands so I could be like that, because I also enjoy the masturbation.
Well, that's become a big thing now when you go to see like certain bands, like cover bands and shit. Now they've got like the boom stand like I have here. But instead of where the microphone is, there's an iPad connected to it with the lyrics scrolling like a fucking teleprompter. So that when they do these cover songs, the band knows the music, but the singer doesn't know the lyrics. It's like being at a real show. And but they don't even hide it anymore. Like the iPad is like right there in front of the guy while he's singing.
To remember the lyrics?
Yeah.
It's
There's a program apparently that's like a karaoke program that will take the song and you hit start at the beginning of the song on the iPad and it will scroll the lyrics like it would be on a karaoke machine.
So we're basically going to see these guys do karaoke at $400 a ticket.
Essentially, yeah, that's what's happening. I mean, it used to be when you saw those bands do that, you know, some of the stage monitors that were in the fills, you know, the front fills,
right.
had flat screens in them. You'll see it if you look at some of the angled shots of like Aerosmith or Ozzy. You'll see like there's two monitors right in front of Steven Tyler. One of them is a speaker that's actually feeding him whatever he wants in it, or he's got his in-ears in, and the other floor monitor has literally a video monitor with the lyrics to the song that they're currently singing on stage, so that in case he gets lost in the middle of the song.
They were talking in that's cool.
Sorry.
Johnny, I want you now. Who are these nudes that are coming across? Sent you 2 more nudes, Johnny.
Wow,
good steak fries.
What the hell?
Steak fries, baby.
Nice. I would love some delicious French fries.
Steak fries are awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. Keep sending the pictures. There's
Paulie,
the number.
that reminds me of a story in the news this week. Heaven and Hell, you know, basically Black Sabbath, but with Dio's version. There was one point where they were opening for Ozzy, and Dio didn't want to do those shows.
Yeah, they were playing with Sabbath.
Right, yeah. So you didn't want to conflict with Ozzy, so he bowed out of those. They decided to go with Rob Halford. Now it all worked out. Rob sounded great. Everyone was trying to figure out what's going on, but you know, Rob was killing it. And then on one of the shows, one of the monitors up front that does what you're saying with the scrolling of the lyrics, because he doesn't remember all the songs, went out. So as a backup, Rob just happened to have them handwritten, and he taped them to the stage in case something happened. But with the lights and you're running around, you can't see them. So he decided to get on one knee and sing like that, looking at the floor, you know.
Yep, that's always usually the rule of thumb as a singer, and I don't have another microphone here, so I'll use it with this one. But as a singer, as a rule of thumb, if you have a situation like that where you forget the words to a song, or the teleprompter goes down and stuff like that, you pretend that there's something wrong with the microphone. You pretend there's something wrong with the microphone. You sit there and you go like this until you get back to the part of the song where you remember the lyrics.
You remember.
Yeah, and then you'll be like, you know, Better watch out. I'm a war machine.
Yeah.
Gonna
Or you
the battle lines. You know what I mean?
give it to the audience.
Nice.
And
Yes,
you tell
or
the
you do
audience.
audience. Yes, that's the Vince Neil. My heart.
Oh yeah.
Kickstart.
Where is it?
There you go.
There's Vince. There's Vince
Shout
right
out my
now.
belly.
You know that I'm pregnant.
Yeah. You know that I'm portly. Can't see my dick. I have to guess where I'm peeing.
And I better do it quick.
You know I'm
my
hypochondriac. I'm overweight. I'm overweight. And I'm bald.
Oh,
And I can't sing.
you know there's a bucket of KFC behind those monitors. he accidentally like does it to the audience like, I'm on my way, and then he realizes he's singing into a drumstick. He's like, yeah, here we go.
He's the one they call diabetes. He's the one that's gonna fall all night.
Oh gosh. Look at that, John.
Got my barbecue. Well, that's pretty.
Is Kramer?
Charvel.
Kramer is Charvel. Is Charvel.
Is this Chris Bevan?
It's very nice.
Look at that. Look at that.
He's
that
good
finish.
guitar, yes?
It's very nice.
Look at guitar. He's very nice here. Aha, yes.
Could you just imagine Rob Halford basically, trying to squint and see the lyrics? He's got them handwritten on a 11 by 7 sheet of paper.
Yeah.
They're on the taped to the stage. He's on his knee. Imagine he puts on his reading glasses and he's getting like right up to the floor, and
He knew most of the lyrics,
that's great.
but
Yeah,
Nice.
Rob's terrific. Send him on over.
super nice guy.
Send those guitars on over.
I have a dog that's telling me it's time for her to go poops, so I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I guess we'll get into the Mama Cuda report then.
Wow. And I've got an unboxing too.
Nice. Well,
Right
you
here.
definitely don't want to miss that.
I've been saving this for like 3 days.
Too bad it's melted by now. Someone's setting you a pint of Haagen-Dazs special flavor that you've been looking for. They sent it on dry ice, and Johnny's had it by the space heater.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez, well, with all the snow in New York, my mom's gone berserk lately. She's she called me up the other day and she's like, it's starting to snow and I've got to get my mail and this damn thing. What's the matter, Mom? Well, the zipper, this zipper won't go on. I'm like, are you naked, Mom? No, it's a zipper of a hood. See, what it was is I have a jacket with a hood, but I unzipped the hood once and now I'm trying to get it on because it's snowing out and I don't want to get sick. Well, Ma, aren't you just going to the mailbox? Well, yeah, but you don't want your mother to get sick, so it's important that I wear a hood, and I can't get this damn hood on because of this damn zipper. So I'm talking to her for 20 minutes, and no matter what I'm talking about. So how was your day? Well, Mom, damn this hood. I can't get this hood on. Well, are you asking about my day, or are you talking about your hood? Well, go ahead, John. Tell me about your day. Well, I started watching TV. This damn hood. I can't get this hood on. Mom, just go out and get the mail. It's like 100 feet to the mailbox and 100 feet back. Just go get the mail. Well, I don't want to get sick, so I'll wait till I get this hood on. Then it started. Then the snow started, and then I'm getting calls all day. It's getting deeper, John. I'm gonna be trapped here. Well, Mom, I'm sure that someone will dig you out at some point if the entire house is covered. Your mother. Yeah, Mom, I'm telling you, nothing's gonna happen. Well, you don't understand. See, the no one will be able to get. I won't be able to get the mail. That'll pile up. Well, the mailman, he don't worry about it. You'll get your mail eventually. You don't need it. Well, what if I have to pay bills? I'm sure over the snowstorm you won't have to pay bills. Well, you never know. What if I get food delivery? You just got food delivery. Well, eventually I'll need another one. Well, yeah, but Ma, you're not going to need one like tomorrow. Well, you never know, John. I eat a lot and things run out. And, suddenly the next thing you know, the door is covered in snow. They won't be able to even know I'm in here. Mom, I guarantee. Well, what if I lose power? Then just hunker down. Put a sweater on. You'll be fine. Well, what about the food all spoiling? It'll get warm. We'll just put some snow in a bag and throw it in the freezer. And then what happens? Then you switch it out with more snow. Well, that won't work. Well, my ice boxes used to work back in the day. I'm sure it'll work, Ma. Well, I don't know, because now the windows are getting covered up. I don't think anyone's going to see me in here. Yeah, Mom, no one's going to need to see you here. Well, I'm just telling you, John, it's a very dangerous thing to me to be in the house right now, and the house is getting covered with snow. And what if the door is blocked and I have to leave? What if a fire starts? What if the fire department can't even find the front door because the snow drifts are too high? Mom, I'm sure everything will be fine. And this is what it was like for the last day. This is what's going on. Literally all the time, just snow. They're getting like 35 inches in Poughkeepsie. You don't live in Poughkeepsie, Ma. Well, what if it comes over here? What if they never clear it out? What if someone slips and falls on my driveway? No one will slip and fall on your driveway, Ma. You'll be fine. Well, what if they do?
It's the mom report.
Oh, it's the mom report. Yeah. Then we got that. Then once the snow all finished and she's convinced she's not going to die in a frozen death. You'd swear my mom looks out the window and she thinks it's the ice planet Hoth with tauntauns running down the street. And there's a walker. I told you those snow speeders won't be able to stop those AT-ATs. Yeah, there's the Empire. At least their driveway is shoveled. They have all those snow troopers doing it. They're safe. I'll bet Darth Vader's mother doesn't have to deal with snow. Yeah. And then, of course, she got into this kick because she got a new Alfredo cream sauce at Aldi. So she's very happy with it. And she decided to basically become Forrest Gump over the last phone call. She said, you really should get some of this Alfredo sauce at Aldi. Well, I like Alfredo sauce, but I have some in the house, but not like this. And they have 4 types. There's regular cheese. There's 2 cheese. Then there's 3 cheese. And you know what else? 4 cheese.
4 cheese.
4 cheese. Exactly. And you could put them on pretzels. You could put it on pasta. You could put it on crackers. You could dip cookies in it. I mean, she's coming up with like shrimp kebab, shrimp salad. She's coming up with 100 uses for Alfredo sauce. I mean, after hours, she's up there. Well, you could lube your ass with it. I know. I just wanted to see if you're paying attention. I mean, just unbelievable. Between the snow and the Alfredo sauce, it's just been like, I just want.
Sounds like a great name for an album. Between the snow and the Alfredo sauce.
What happened?
The new release from Bang Tango's, their new album, Between the Snow and the Alfredo Sauce.
You could put it on chicken. You could put it on steak. I would put it on anything. Lamb in it. Yeah, I mean, she's dipping chips in it. She's telling me 100 things. You're having chicken wings on Sunday, aren't you? Why don't you put Alfredo sauce out for the wings? Ma, I don't want any Alfredo sauce. It's fine. Well, it's very good. You should get some. Yeah, so that's my week with Mom. There you go. For those keeping score. Thank you, Boner Jams, for those keeping score. What are you doing for Super Bowl, Paul? Are you getting Alfredo sauce?
No, it's interesting. I'm shockingly, I'm one of those guys that actually watches Super Bowl for the game.
What?
So I won't go anywhere. I may slow cook up some ribs. I got a rack of beef ribs. Short ribs, tiny little beef ribs. Yeah. And I may take some of that barbecue sauce that we got from Sean Janson. And slow cook those ribs in the morning. And then by the time kickoff, which kickoff here in Arizona will be about 4:30.
That's the thing in between the commercials, right?
Yes. The thing in
okay.
between the commercials.
Okay.
So, and there's, not to be partisan, but I lived in Kansas City for a few years, so I want them to lose horribly in that game because it's the only place I've ever gone where there's been violence perpetuated against my vehicle because I'm a Raiders fan. So I get it. I get hating your rivals and shit like that, but when it gets down to the point where you start vandalizing people's cars,
that's not cool.
Yeah, so I want Tom Brady to light the fucking field up and put those guys in their place.
And he will.
Yeah, I suspect he will. I suspect it's going to have nothing to do with Brady, by the way. Ndamukong Suh, Jason Pierre-Paul, that defense on Tampa Bay is not fucking around. So it'll be fun to watch. I'm a huge football fan. I played the game for a while up through college. I just love the game of football and the Super Bowl. I went to a Super Bowl. I hated going to the Super Bowl. It's fun to do it, but I hated going to the Super Bowl. I like watching it on television.
Well, how do you see the commercials in person?
Yeah, well,
that makes no sense. I don't know why you would want to do that.
Yeah, no, I went to the one in San Diego where the Raiders lost to the Buccaneers, and fun, great time. San Diego's a great town, fun time to go down there and sort of wipe your ass with the city for 48 hours, and then leave. Would have been nice if we had left with the trophy, but shit, you can't have it all.
Let's see. Russell Zorner wants to know, I just got here. I can connect Tom Brady with guitars and 80s metal. What did I walk into? Well, what it is
here you go. The Patriots fight song when Tom Brady was with the Patriots was Crazy Train featuring Zakk Wylde. There, connected, done.
And definitely at the Super Bowl, you will be hearing Europe's Final Countdown at some point.
Yep.
And Welcome to the Jungle.
Welcome to the Jungle and Hell's Bells.
Yeah, so there will be 80s metal at the Super Bowl. So that's where
the probably Kickstart My Heart.
Oh yeah. And we just saw Vince. Vince was just singing that on screen the other few minutes.
You're not going to get it because Johnny's not here.
Johnny's not here. Open the door and nobody's home.
This is what happens when you're not your own producer.
Yeah, this sucks.
The show, or this moment.
Well,
why can't it be both?
Yes. Speaking of sucks, Bang Energy Drink, sponsor of this wonderful train wreck that we all love to do for you. Bang Energy Drink, delicious Bang Energy Drink. Wonderful. Thank you, Bang Energy Drink, for bringing home half of this garbage.
You almost choked on it. That was great.
Smooth.
The halftime act, unfortunately, at the Super Bowl is going to be The Weeknd, which is not a band. It's actually just one guy, The Weeknd, because they don't have. It's interesting. The NFL, in every stadium in the National Football League, you will hear Van Halen, Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, Metallica, White Zombie. Like all these these amazing cool bands, Walk from Pantera will get played in some of these stadiums. Yet when it comes time for the Super Bowl, God forbid they put somebody with a guitar on stage.
Yeah, I know. And it's always like some mashup. It's like Justin Timberlake meeting with Lady Gaga, meeting with, Guar.
Yeah. I mean, it's really
sounds wonderful.
Yeah, it's sort of obnoxious as hell. I mean, the last time they had a rock band, I think it was either the Stones or the Who, and it was great. But keep in mind, those Super Bowl
at one point,
they did Aerosmith too, and obviously Prince was fantastic at the Super Bowl because he's a sick guitar player.
And Slash, I think, was with Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, more often than not, they do these. It's usually because let's face it, the Super Bowl for the most part, they've already got the football fan. They've already got the guys that love football and the women that are getting into football that they're already going to be watching. So that halftime entertainment is for other people, for the party, for the Super Bowl party and shit. And
you're not having because we're COVID safe.
Right. And those performances are done like 48 hours advance. People don't know that they're pre-recorded because they're rigidly timed. So all of those performances have to fit in that 12-minute or 18-minute time period. And the time it takes for them to set all that shit up and wire everything in and do a line check is impossible. They can't do it in that time to do it live. So they pre-record it like 48 hours beforehand. And the rest of it is, for the most part, they'll have an open mic on the lead vocalist or the weekend, whatever you want to call him at the moment. But most of it will be tracked. He'll be singing along to a track and be able to go in between certain songs, be able to go, yeah, come on, y'all, and then go back in. So that's usually how they do that. No, the halftime entertainer doesn't get paid. They actually pay to be part of it. Their record company pays for it, or Pepsi pays for the production, whomever it is, to do that.
Colonels.
Yeah, whatever.
Colonel's Popcorn. The Colonel's Popcorn halftime show with Every Mother's Nightmare and Guar.
I remember when I was a season ticket holder in Oakland, the year they went to the Super Bowl, they played 2 games in Oakland. They played the divisional championship game and then the conference championship game in Oakland. Divisional championship game, it's on television. Everybody's going nuts. It's fantastic. And they go to halftime, and it's like, ladies and gentlemen, at the Oakland Coliseum, please welcome the Wallflowers. And literally, and if you can find the performance on YouTube, not now because we're doing a show, but if you can find, you'll hear the crowd booing, drowning out the Wallflowers as they're playing.
That's what I imagine people are doing at home watching us. So it's like,
somebody thought it was a great idea to put the Wallflowers in the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum at halftime of a Raiders game. That was dumb. So AFC Championship game comes around. Before the championship game, it's the Raiders and the Titans. Before the championship game, in the parking lot, Metallica played on a flatbed truck in the parking lot. They were never even on television. They just showed up so they could get free tickets to the game. It's a true story. And they roll up the side of a semi truck, and there's Metallica all in Raiders gear playing a couple of songs. They play some songs. That wasn't even on television or part of the thing. That was just what was in the parking lot. So halftime comes around. Ladies and gentlemen, your halftime participation at the AFC Championship game. Please welcome LL Cool J. And
hey, your prayers, little one. Don't forget my son.
And the whole place went shithouse. Right guy, right venue. It was awesome.
Man.
I love that.
Nice.
Who is this?
Some Dave dude. Some Dave dude. Nice, brother. Thank you, everybody, for sending these pictures in.
We appreciate that.
Keep sending them. Keep sending them. False flag.
Yeah, Steve, how's that? It was a scene. It was like a murder. It was like an explosion.
Thank you so much, False Flag. Thank you.
It looked like Betty Crocker exploded in his diaper.
The frosting is what makes it delicious.
Snack pack.
Snatch pack. Yeah. Chocolate, vanilla, minstrel. Delicious snatch pack. That's our next sponsor.
They want us to guess what guitar this is.
Let me zoom in on it a little bit.
Schecter.
Doesn't I'm gonna guess an ESP.
Those look like maybe.
No, change that. That's a different inlays for the ESP.
Those might be Schaller pickups, maybe 24 frets.
I think it's a Schecter.
I'm going. You know what? I'm gonna stay. Gosh.
5 seconds.
I'm gonna stay with ESP.
Who is this? Chris Bevan.
Is it a weasel?
Is that their perfect pink color?
Awesome.
Nice.
A weasel.
Was it Chris Bevan's guitar?
Is it a weasel?
I don't know. Was it?
Yeah.
Chris Bevan. Man, you guys, I'm getting way more pictures than I can show. I'm trying.
Take the fucking number down, dummy.
Yeah, Johnny, just go for the titty photos.
Oh, here's a good one.
Thank you, KXM Rock. And I'll tell you what, tonight, KXM Rock said I've been showing some really cool guitars lately for Show and Tell. I brought in a celebrity guitar tonight.
I need a rubber tonight.
Tonight.
There you go.
Tonight.
I can't see a thing. What does that say, Johnny?
It was that picture. That picture was
Colonel's John
popcorn.
and
That's
John
Jay
Biel.
Hannon. I'm gonna say
Okay.
that's Jay Hannon.
I'm gonna agree with you.
I don't
of the
think so because
Colonel's
they
tag.
texted me. They texted me. I don't think so.
What,
Jay
He
doesn't
would
text you?
he would have just sent it through Messenger.
Jay called me today on Facebook Messenger, like phone called me on Facebook Messenger.
You don't screen your calls?
And I don't know. The funny thing about it is I don't have Facebook Messenger on my phone. So I'm hearing this weird fucking noise coming from my room. I'm like, what the hell is that noise? I've never received a phone call through Facebook on my iPad before. So I hear this weird noise. I'm like, what is going on with that? So I'm like looking around. I'm like, is there a battery dying? Is there a smoke alarm going off? What the hell was it? And it turns out it was Jay calling me. Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, Jay was calling me on the iPad. I'd never. So then I pick up the phone call on the iPad, and he goes, "It sounds like you're banging your dick against your phone." And I said, "Well," I said, "Thank you for the compliment." But the problem is my iPad.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you dying, John? Make sure you do it on camera.
I just can't believe you picked up Jay.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I was going to have my secretary take it, but I don't have a secretary. So my iPad is in an OtterBox. And if you've ever it's great. It keeps the iPad from if you're clumsy, and it's easy to get the jizz off the screen. But if you take a phone call with your iPad, anything you touch, like all the crunching of the iPad, like the moving of the plastic and stuff, apparently comes through the microphone on the computer, and it sounds like you're kicking the fucking iPad down the hallway.
Wait, so Jay called you? And you were like, hello? Hello, Jay.
Beautiful. Russell Zoner says, is that Zoner or Zoner? I apologize if I fucked up your name, Russell. Is Tony Franklin 80s metal or 70s metal? Yes. And 90s.
And all that jizz.
And today.
Tony Franklin is one of the supreme bass players in the business. And doesn't quite get the credit he deserves as being as good as he is.
Oh, we see him at the NAMM show, I think.
Yeah, he's a super nice guy, super great player. Plays fretless basses.
Yeah. Ben Tom.
I was about to say, thank you, Ben Tom. Ben Tom wants to know, did you guys ever find out if Jay was swinging his rope schlong around in front of Jeannie on air?
I would. Why not?
Hi, Ellie.
If you've got it, flaunt it.
We bring out the trauma for your mama.
Yeah.
You talking about that? That's a household that Child Protective Services should have on speed dial.
Oh, whose dog is that?
Voodoo Child. Sean Johnson.
Sean Johnson. Andy has a cute dog.
Sean Johnson.
What a beautiful dog.
Thank you, everybody, for these pictures. And again, keep sending them to that number. And I will send them out on Twitter as fleets and Instagram stories later on.
And Lenny Lou says, holy hand jobs. Well, thank you, Lenny. Lenny Lou says, holy hand jobs, Ben. Tom shocked. No. Hey, there's nothing wrong with some nuns doing a little of this. You're doing the Lord's work.
Now you're going to rock the pterodactyl.
Everybody do the dinosaur. Oh, love it.
Sorry.
Wow.
And Jonathan McCulloch wants to know, what's the deal with barbecue for Americans? We are barbaric carnivores out here. We love grilled smokehouse meat. That's just a thing. Guys, men, we love it. I know some girls that love it, but they have penises. And I'm telling you, men, we love smokehouse meat. There's something, just animalistic and barbaric and down to earth, manly about grilling meat on a fire and drinking beer. I don't drink beer. I'm not man enough for that, but I do love barbecue. So that's what it is in America here.
This may shock you, but I go and get chiropractic massage on a regular basis. And my my massage therapist. That's not the right word because she's not a massage therapist. She's like a musculoskeletal manipulating
the rapist.
The rapist, yeah. No, she and like that's the thing. It's like if you call a stripper a dancer, like classically trained dancers will give you the finger. Same thing. If you would call yes, of course they do because strippers don't dance. But if you call a musculoskeletal manipulation, blah blah blah, a massage therapist, it's like basically saying they give fucking handies on a Monday. But she actually asked me, she goes, "Have you ever considered being a vegetarian?" And the laughter took up the rest of the session. I'm like, "Are you serious? I want meat with a side of meat." And I want to still be able to hear it moo as I'm searing it on the fucking grill.
I want to smother it. I want to smother it in lamb's blood for dipping sauce.
Yeah.
What about Alfredo? No, Mom.
No
lamb's
Alfredo.
blood.
Nah, come on now.
Alfredo. It's delicious. Yeah. Try it on your barbecue. No, Mom.
Interesting. Mr. Hellstorm 74 brings up this thing. Paul Stanley, his Soul Station band doing that cover of Ooh Child. Look, that's Paul having fun. That's Paul doing his thing. And if he wants to do that, then by all means have it. That I'm guessing Soul Station isn't for Kiss fans.
Not for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not for you. It's him doing something else that he wants to do, and more power to him.
It's like the way my mother always says that. Well, that's not for me. What? Oh, there we go. Meat. Of course, David Crosby, he snubs at it.
Looks a little overcooked.
Meat.
I like my meat has to be
meat cuda.
My meat has to be done. It's Pittsburgh style.
Which is
that's when you sear the outside, you burn the outside, but you leave the inside bleeding.
Black and blue.
Yeah, black and blue, Pittsburgh style. Yeah, black and blue is the only way to do it. You kill all the bacteria on the outside and give it a nice crunchy outer shell, and then the inside is fucking tender and bloody red. That's the way to make a steak right there.
And by the way, we have about 130 live watching in the chat room. How about we leave a couple of thumbs up just to satisfy us, just to say, hey, we know you guys get paid shit. This is your pay, assholes, right here.
Pay?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no, seriously though, please leave a thumbs up if you're having a little fun with us tonight on Tuesday night, because for every thumb up we get to look at thumbs up. So please hit the like button. We appreciate that. I am a total carnivore, like big
Hell
time.
Yeah.
Every meal I have to have either like chicken or fish or red meat or just some sort of, protein that's not jizz, and
although that's good for the skin, I'm told.
Well, look how clear. I mean, no, I don't know anything about that. Of course, the bags under my eyes are now gone. You'll notice they stick together often. But
what is that? I can't see that picture. What is that? A monkey?
Is that a vagina? What is that?
It's a dog sleeping.
Oh,
is that a dog's vagina?
What? Oh, it's a dog upside down sleeping.
It's a dog upside down sleeping.
Oh yeah. Oh, I haven't.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, puppy.
Oh, there we go.
It's the person that was asking us to guess their guitar. It
actually looked like Cornelius from Planet of the Apes at first. I was like, that's why I thought that was.
You know what, Russell? More power to that vegan dude who's the world's natural deadlift holder and eats one meal a day and does tantric sting style fucking. God love him. More meat for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have no problem with vegetarians. If you want to eat the lawn, have at it. Seriously, I'm cool with that. You do your thing. That's the thing. Like people think that you have to be. By the way, I love a salad too, but I gotta have some meat and some
bacon
fish.
And ham.
Yeah, I gotta have. You can't. Your body will tell you what you want. Your body, your cravings are there not because you want the taste of it, but you need the vitamins that come with it. So if you're a vegetarian or a vegan, you have to take vitamin supplements because that protein and that iron that you're not getting from beef or liver or whatever it is that you want to eat, you got to get it somewhere. You're not getting a whole lot of iron out of a head of cabbage. That's not happening.
Yeah, one of my ex-girlfriends, her father was a vegan, and I remember he was like soaking legumes in the fridge. There were all these bowls of beans soaking, and I'm like, can we just get a ham in here? What the fuck is this? Well, those are black-eyed peas, and it's like, oh, Jesus.
Do your thing. Look. I'll eat a salad. I'll grab an entire head of iceberg lettuce, couple of cucumbers, 6 tomatoes off the vine or Campari tomatoes. Chop those up, dice them up.
Cucumbers, Paulie.
Throw some mushrooms over the top, and then some white tuna with some sesame ginger dressing over the top, and a little black pepper in a big ass bowl, and just have that.
Try Alfredo.
No Alfredo. No Alfredo.
Put it on the salad.
Sorry,
You'll
no.
like it.
Nope.
My mother right now is watching, saying, "Why did I ever tell him about that fucking Alfredo sauce?"
I love a good salad once in a while, but man, there is nothing better than the fucking Brontosaurus size rack of ribs. Just fuck yeah.
Go to fucking Terry Black's in Texas. Not a sponsor yet. But no, they have those big fucking beef dino ribs. And
hell yeah.
Off the bone, and it's just pulled pork and
when I lived in Kansas City, it was like the biggest choice you had to make was Arthur Bryant's, Jack Stack, or Gates. I mean, it was just barbecue on top of barbecue on top of barbecue, which, by the way, the best barbecue in Kansas City is a tiny little place right on the edge of the state line called Oklahoma Joe's. Now it's just called Joe's Barbecue. It's in a gas station. I kid you not. Half of the place is like a convenience store gas station, and the other half is a barbecue joint. Joe's Barbecue on the Kansas side of the state line in Kansas City is the best barbecue you'll ever have.
I love barbecue.
Oh,
I've had barbecue all over the place. I have this Sunday where I'm getting my wings. It's Bloodsoe's barbecue in Los Angeles. I love them. They have like the most incredible brisket. They have great ribs, but just for Super Bowl, they're smoking wings. The smoking chicken wings in like 3 different flavors: buffalo, spicy barbecue, and dry rub. And I ordered like 3 buckets. It's just me and Blue Rhino, and he doesn't really eat chicken wings, So
it doesn't agree with him.
Yeah, he likes sweets. He likes ice cream and cake and cookies. But the thing about it is, it's like I will not have a Super Bowl without chicken wings. And I even Thanksgiving, I like turducken is great. It's a chicken shoved inside a duck, shoved inside a turkey. Well, I want that shoved inside a pig, shoved inside a wild boar, shoved inside a cow, and packed up the ass of an ox.
And wrapped in pizza.
Exactly. It's like I just want like every fucking animal alive just in one big, gangbang of meat.
Everybody says,
put
if you change
sauce on it.
Alfredo sauce. Everybody says if you change to become a vegetarian or you eat less meat, you'll live longer. Who the fuck wants to live to be 100?
Yeah, those are the years I'm shitting myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's everybody around you dies.
Yeah, when I'm talking to a wall.
Yeah,
like
you get Alzheimer's, you lose bowel control around that you love dies. What the fuck? Who wants to live like that? Give me a goddamn
You lose internet signal?
You lose internet service? Yeah.
These are the years I walk into a bathroom confused, walk up to the sink, unzip my pants, pull my thumb, piss myself, walk out and say, I forgot to wash my hands, and then rub it on my hair and walk out. I mean,
you're going to have hair.
I don't want to live that long.
No, you've got point A and point B. All right. That much we know. Whatever happens in between is up to you. I never want to get to point B and go, fuck, I should have had butter on that baked potato.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Mr. Mancuda, you've got to eat your tofu. Fuck you.
Yep. No, thank you.
Right, Janice?
Yeah.
I love me. Yeah. Oh, the fake beef. Yeah. What the fuck?
Oh, come on.
I've tried that almost burger or whatever
Impossible burger.
Yeah, I've had the impossible meat or whatever the fuck. Dude, have a burger. Plant-based meat.
Yeah, I don't want a plant. I want things that eat plants. Does that make me a vegetarian if I eat something that is an herbivore? Does that make me?
Yeah, because you're still getting the vegetation. You're just getting it once removed. In fact, you're recycling.
Absolutely.
You have concern for the environment.
Yeah, and it's less methane released into the atmosphere for every cow I kill.
Sure.
Exactly.
So welcome to Talking Guitars and Beef.
Welcome to Talking Guitars and Alfredo sauce. John, you like cheese. There's cheese in Alfredo sauce. You get the 4 cheese one. It's 4 times as delicious. I don't want Alfredo sauce, Mom.
I don't know. Bozique brings up venison. Big aftertaste. Venison and lamb have a real.
I like lamb.
They have an aftertaste though that you got to really. Same thing with liver. If you do liver the right way, and I know people are like,
chopped it on a bagel.
Yeah, liver is a great source of iron and protein. And if you get calf's liver and you dice it up, all right, and then you cook it with mushrooms and sweet peppers, all right, and then you put a little bit of balsamic vinaigrette in there and some garlic, and then serve it in egg noodles, it's fucking awesome. You just have to get past the consistency because you're literally eating liver.
See, I mean, for a Jew, we like
Wait, you're a Jew?
Yeah.
Who knew you was a Jew?
Thank you, Jonathan. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, Jonathan McCullough, thank you very much for listening across the pond.
Thank you, man.
Go the fuck to sleep.
Where are you, darling? Come to bed, Ozzy.
Go to sleep already.
There's your friend, Paul.
Oh, Jay, who called me on today, and I couldn't fucking figure out he was calling me.
Jay Hannon of the great band Gizmachi, who, by the way, happens to have another single. And I think Johnny will put the link in there it is, in the chat. There you go.
No way.
Yes.
Magically.
How did that happen? That's serendipity is what that is.
Sure is. Yeah, but check out, if you want some really, really cool hard edge metal, check out the new Gizmachi tracks. They're really good. And, you might want to support Jay Hannon because he's part of the show.
It's interesting. I like I forget who it was, and Jay posted the review or the article regarding it. And somebody had said, Gizmachi released a long-awaited new album. When any critic uses the words long-awaited, that means that the first album was pretty fucking good, and they've been waiting for this thing, and thank God it's here now, finally. So,
well, more so, thank God it's good.
If you like, that's the thing. If you like heavy, if you like it heavy and well played heavy, by the way, it's one thing to be heavy, but if you've got no song structure, fuck that. Just being heavy doesn't mean anything. You got to be able to do something with it, and those guys do a great job with it. So.
Yeah, it's a mix of thrash and melody. I mean, it's well put together. And again, guys, just check it out, and you'll want to download them. Once you hear them, listen to them on YouTube, check them out, and then download them and buy them.
Plus, I got the phone call a little earlier today. Jay said for every stream he'll give everyone a handy.
Ooh, I'm on my iPad, downloading it right now. That's what you call a download,
which is nice.
Download.
Oh, gosh.
That's Gizmachi.
Why?
Oh, look at that. And that was after he already had said that.
I know. He had said, see, this is the thing. We try to be nice, and then you got to balance it with something shitty.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh, double handy. That means you'll do the pterodactyl.
Yeah, so do 2 songs, 2 downloads, and Jay will get down on your 2 loads. No, seriously, just listen to the tracks on YouTube, and you will want to wind up.
He'll do the Peekaboo Street.
he'll do the George Jefferson.
No, this is the George Jefferson.
And we're moving on up, on up to the east side. Now,
hi,
Ollie.
Oh.
Anyway, check out the new Gizmachi tunes. You will dig them.
They're heavy.
They're heavy. They're cool. The link is in there. Listen to them on YouTube and then go buy them because they're well worth it. Very, very cool stuff. Skiing like the Golden Girls. Downhill slalom.
And then, of course, it ends. Jay becomes the agony of defeat. He's the guy that falls off the ramp. At the beginning of Wild World of Sports.
What in the wide world of sports
is going on here? That uppity just done hit me upside the head with a shovel.
Speaking of Mel Brooks, in true Spaceball fashion,
still alive. God love Mel Brooks.
God bless him.
I fucking love Mel Brooks.
In true Spaceballs fashion, to all my fellow Jews, congratulations. We have taken over space.
I heard.
with our space stations, our Death Star of David,
The
with
base
the
the space lasers, Jew space lasers.
we've
That's fucking awesome.
Watto, we have finally arrived. I knew we would take over the empire. Oh! All the Jews in space have lasers.
I have altered our deal. Please play. I do not alter it more.
So you want to talk a deal?
A deal? What? We come here. I'm thinking of leaving a permanent garrison here.
Well, I'm not. I'm just gonna say it once. You know, he's no good to me dead. But what
Frank
do I know,
Corcoran.
right? Frank Corcoran double screening it. What's
I
on the
shall
other?
deal with him myself.
Thank you, man.
So set the chamber for Skywalker would be too much of an effort for you.
You know, while you're using that Jew laser, why don't you heat up my driveway and melt all the snow? You have those Imperial walkers on the driveway anyway.
I wonder if the Jew space laser would be able to microwave my Alfredo sauce. It's getting a little chunky.
It's getting thick over there.
Yep, little chunky.
Yeah. The
Kevin.
cheese gets hardened.
Oh, there we go.
Kevin Bethel. Bethel.
Thank you, Kev. In true action.
Little I hear you calling, but I just can't come right now. Sorry.
You're eating too much ice cream, and you're looking like a fat cow. Just let me dodge you a little more, because there's groupies at the door. Oh, wait, I need a 20. This one is a whore. You come in for some more. Yeah, love it.
Oh, John.
Eh.
Very disappointing. Why don't you ask your audience if they'll come over and shovel my driveway? That would make your show worth doing. You
John,
help
did
your
I-
mother out?
John, did I tell you that nice young boy from your show came over and plowed me?
Oh,
So the driveway's clean?
steak.
Ostrich steak. Yeah.
nice.
That's
Nice.
everything you want in it. Ostrich, water, and salt.
I'm in.
Ben
I'm in,
Tom.
baby. Nice.
Ben Tom is having or had bags empty.
We have an ostrich farm just south of us, halfway to Tucson. which
And
is
do
kinda weird.
they sell ostriches or the eggs or what do they do?
I don't know what they do down there. I just know that there's an ostrich farm down there.
It's just a kinky thing. Yeah, you get to either fuck the ostrich or play real life joust.
Oh, Pen 15. That sounds nice, John.
Oof.
Very nice. So let's talk a little bit about let's see. We talked about Gizmachi, my mother with her Alfredo sauce and her snow problem. What do you think we should do with my mother with her snow problem? I mean, it's like it's just unbelievable that she's just like buried in snow.
He didn't see it.
I know.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
It missed the whole thing.
But the problem is, I'm talking about my mother while we're talking about holding penis.
Yeah.
So I only do that when I'm sleeping. Oh, John,
Oh,
you're
John,
disgusting
come on
once
now.
again.
Is that what that noise coming from your bedroom is?
One of my dogs just farted.
Let's see. Let's talk about. I always bring up pop figures when they come up with new ones, and they're coming out with 3 really cool ones. They're coming out with Bret Michaels, Angus Young in Hell's Bells outfit, and Lemmy pop
They've al-
figures.
They've already got a Lemmy pop figure.
Well, apparently there's a new one.
Hang on, let
I
me get
guess-
up here and get it.
I guess it's from the Ace of Spades cover. What's the other one from?
This is the early one. This was the first one. That is.
What's that from?
It's just the original Lemmy.
Okay, the new one is from the Ace of Spades cover.
Yeah, you got to have a Lemmy.
So it's going to be, well, now there will be a second one out. Johnny, can you bring up photos of them? Pop figures for Angus Young, Lemmy, and Bret Michaels. That should be cool.
That's the only pop figure I own. Is the Lemmy?
Well,
one.
but you'll now get the second Lemmy, right?
Maybe. Depends
Or
on what
the
it looks like.
AC/DC.
There's mine. Thank you to Steve Carmichael. I got Sting, Andy Summers, and Stuart Copeland.
There you go.
There.
Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael. Andy Summers.
Who has a new book coming out, by the way? Andy Summers.
Oh, cool.
So was this news?
It was news, and you could probably just Google it. But it was check on Metal Wani for that one. I think that's where I got that one on. And by the way, if you need pop figures, go to Rocky Mountain Collectibles in Colorado. Go to their website, and they have all your pop figure needs.
Bye, Jay.
Fruitcake Tony says, I have the Axel, Slash, and Duff Funko Pops.
Should I accept this guy as a friend? This guy in the middle?
Wait, I can't see it. Oh, absolutely. Is that Cindy Lauper?
4 years clean.
Vile
boy.
Black. I love it. Facebook is like, people you may know. Fuck no. Who do you think I hang around with?
I get that all the time.
Yeah.
People you may know. And meanwhile, if I send him a friend request, why are you sending me a friend request? I don't know. I was told I may know you. I don't fucking know you.
People you may know. Why? Because I have long hair and tattoos. I hang out with that fuckhead. Now, here's the thing. He's probably a super dude, and we'd probably get along very, very well. So,
right
Vile
now.
Black, if you happen to be watching tonight, accept my friend request. I'm going to send it.
There you go. Yeah, and Gary Glory Hole, if you're watching, accept my friend request. I just got that. Let's see. People you may have blown.
Wait, what?
Jay says people you may have blown.
What the hell? I don't have a new single out.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
You can't. Come on, you
Madalani.
can Google. Just Google it then.
It's only a 3-hour show, John.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm only doing 2 hours of it. So
2.5, Paulie. 2.5.
no, I gotta fucking go to bed and go to work tomorrow.
With who?
I have a real job, John.
I
Just
know,
because
but
you're locked down doesn't mean. Look, the radio listeners of Phoenix, Arizona, need their super tramp.
They don't want to hear snoring.
Take the long way.
No, you don't understand.
Take the
Every time
long way
their
home.
alarm clock goes off, it's my soothing tones that put them back to snoozeville.
hey, by the way, speaking of waking up to an alarm clock, is today Groundhog's Day?
It is Groundhog Day.
Should we like start the show five more times and
Yeah, that
play,
was
play I got you, babe?
One of my asshole radio friends suggested that he was going to play the alarm clock from Groundhog Day and
Right.
do the first 15 minutes of his show and then just play that on an endless loop for 5 hours this morning and just take phone calls. You know, not tell anybody. Just keep doing that for fucking just a 15-minute loop of the show for 5 hours this morning. I was like, sure. And where should I send my resume?
I wanted to do something like that for us, but then like I realized like we can't play the share song, you know,
Yeah.
anything over 3 seconds, and if we play 1 second, Johnny gets panicky, and you know,
Hands get all sweaty.
I got you. No, Mancuda.
Craven Soda, every day is
Oh, we're gonna
Groundhog
get
Day
to it.
in Arizona. Arizona, we have 330 plus days of sunshine a year. So you wake up every morning, you're like, what's it going to be like today? Oh, look, sunny. Great.
You know what? I'm going through that same bullshit myself. Everyone's like, oh my God, the snow is so pretty. Oh, we got to dig out snow. We had a snowball fight. And I'm like, looking outside, it's like 72 and the same shit. I'm like, fuck.
Yes, Cecil, you can stream the show if you go to kslx.com. We have an app. You can just download it and just hit that app and stream the station anytime. And it's also got our the podcast of the morning show on there as well. So if you want to check that out.
Podcast.
Podcast. And if I haven't mentioned it before, today's show and tell guitar will be a very cool celebrity guitar. So there you go. Just letting everyone know.
That's all I can find.
Yeah, that's not good.
Does that look like Lemmy to you?
The only
Kind of.
Lemmy I see on the site is the one that Paul showed.
No, just go with Funko, Bret Michaels, and Angus Young. Do that. That's right.
Anyway, while we're here, you might as well get into your Slam Fest that you were going to do earlier.
Oh, yeah. Basically, I have a question. Oh, you found it?
I found the Bret Michaels.
Well, let's see that one.
Does it come with removable do-rag? Because I got to know.
Comes with a couple of removable things.
And I have an unboxing too.
Does it come with interchangeable guitarists?
It's Bret Michaels, but it plays all the Poison songs.
That's funny. You notice he's got the Rose guitar. The Every Rose Has Its Thorn guitar. Bret still owns that one. That's cool. So that's the new Bret Michaels one. Then there's a new Angus Young and a new Lemmy. And the new Lemmy is from the Ace of Spades cover. And the Angus Young is the Highway to Hell. The Angus Young is
Spades.
How many other songs do you guys all know out there in the chat? Do you all know
exactly?
Yeah, I know. It's just the Ace of Spades.
It's the only one anybody knows. Lemmy, I mean, Motorhead has. I have 50 plus Motorhead CDs over there on that shelf. And the only song all anybody knows is Ace of Spades. No, man,
No, I love Motorhead.
Motorhead's fucking great, but Lemmy's like, I got to play it anyway. I mean, it's a song that pays me rent.
It's a great song, man. I mean, I love that song.
I like it in Grosse Point Blank when it's being played, and the guys.
Now
that's the one with the glasses.
That's the original one.
That's the original one there, where there's a misprint on the guitar on the original one. But when it's being used in Grosse Point Blank, when the Russian spy comes in and they're shooting up the convenience store, and then finally the convenience store explodes at the end, and John Cusack turns and looks at the guy. He goes, "You okay?" He goes, "No, I'm hurt. I got to find a new job. I'm pissed." And he just walks away.
Nice.
Killed by Death's a great Motorhead song.
So that's the original one. See if you can find Angus Young in the Highway to Hell. Funko Angus Young. Google that.
Funko. Funko.
Here it is.
There we go.
See how easy that was?
Well, I'm on their site. I'm on their actual site. Looking.
You're on Funko?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Here we go. So there's already an Angus Young, but there's one coming soon.
Yes,
Right,
that's what they're doing another series.
There's a
That's the
Highway
one.
to Hell.
Yes, that's the one. And
All those songs, Charles Green, are on a great compilation called No Remorse. Love Me Like a Reptile, Killed by Death. Those are the 4 new songs that they did when Phil Campbell joined the band.
Look how cool that is.
It's awesome.
Little Angus Young, Funko Pop, Highway to Hell. I love the little horns on them.
Angus Old.
Little elderly Angus. Now, no relation to Dr. Angus from Burger King. How cool. Man, look at the size of that box compared to Angus.
Well, that's real. That's actual size. Angus actually fits in the box. Smallest human beings I've ever seen, Angus and Malcolm Young. They were tiny, huge, tiny people. Tiny people.
Look how small they made that figure. That's almost like a little action figure more than a pop.
The only guy in AC/DC that's close to being normal size is Cliff.
Actual height.
Everybody in AC/DC was mini.
Wow. It's like the guitar needs its own box. I like the devil tail. He's got the little devil tail. That's cool.
That's great.
Do you have the new Lemmy over there? You must. Do you have that too?
Me?
Yeah, you're Johnny.
Him?
Yes.
This show has slowed down.
Oh my God. While we're waiting for Johnny to find the new Lemmy Funko Pop figure, take a second, leave a thumbs up in anticipation of something cooler happening later. Like my celebrity.
Now this this will be the part of the show where, according to one of the comments last week, where I'm supposed to lose my shit and go, Johnny, you're fucking useless. Yeah, Mr. Hellstorm, dead air. This is the point. See, here's the point. When Johnny says that he can't get a word in edgewise, remember these moments. This moment of dead fucking air. This is what happens when we give Johnny the mic.
This is your chance. It's like that Ren and Stimpy episode where everyone's waiting for Stimpy to say something, and he just winds up with the microphone up his nose. Let's see. Fruitcake Tony wants a hint for today's celebrity show and tell guitar. Okay. It's a well-known guitarist as far as up to like an Eddie Van Halen-esque level. And it's a brand he's not usually associated with, but you will recognize the association.
It's a Performance Guitars Steve Vai Flame.
Could be. Could be. Could be.
Maybe. Bonnie.
Bonnie?
Bonnie.
Take it, Johnny Beane, so long. I don't know, Fred. Even I found the new Lemmy.
Oh, there he is. Hey, look, he figured it out.
Hey, it's Lemmy. That's cool, right?
If you like my cowboy hat. No, he's Lemmy never looked like that ever.
Is that Lita Ford to the right of him? Who's that?
Look how big. It's interesting. They're just basically giving you a mini replica of the album cover with the Funko Pop.
That's it. Johnny, who was that girl in the red? Was that Lita?
Let me see. This website is like impossible to navigate on a Mac. It's crazy.
Oh,
I should plug this thing in.
No, you shouldn't. Would you like to play a game, Mr. Falcon?
Shall we play a game?
So, that was worth it.
Yeah. Anyway, if you want to check out more of those Funko Pops,
That was Britney Spears next to him.
oh, that was Britney. Okay,
There's a new Britney Spears coming.
Almost
Is
as
that the-
plastic as the actual Britney.
Is that the scratch and sniff version? Comes with a suction cup vagina for when she does a split.
The cat suit
Oh, there you go.
is what they
One-
call it.
One good pussy. Jay guesses an Ibanez Petrucci. It's not, but that's a really good guess. I wait to bell you. Oh, I'm
It's
not
interesting. I
innocent.
haven't picked it up yet, but I want to pick up the Fraternity box set. Fraternity was the band Bon Scott was in before AC/DC. And they just put out like a 4 CD box set of all their old material, including a live album. And a lot of it is like that 50s doo-wop stuff. But, I have some Bon Scott, pre-AC/DC Bon Scott stuff on a collection called The Roots of AC/DC. And it's pretty kick-ass just to hear Bon Scott singing stuff before AC/DC, kind of like the Geordie stuff with Brian Johnson before he was in AC/DC.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's talk
bedtime.
about one of my favorite stories this week. Did anyone watch this? I don't normally catch this show, but one of the fans of the show turned me on to it. Did you guys happen to catch Dr. Phil a couple of days ago?
No, but I heard about this.
Did anyone in the audience happen to catch Dr. Phil a few days ago? Okay, so let me get this party started. So there's these two girls. One is like a young, pretty girl, and one is like she's a little older. She's a big girl. She's lonely, and she's bragging to her friend, "Hey, I just got engaged to Bret Michaels." Now her friend is like, "I'm sorry, you what? Bret Michaels? Which Bret Michaels? Bret Michaels of Poison. He's my new fiance. We just got engaged." You did what? No. Why? You think because I'm a bigger girl that Bret Michaels wouldn't go for me? I'm very, very sexy, you know. And she's like, look. Tell me what's going on. Well, it started off through my friendship with Nikki Sixx. I'm sorry, what? Your friendship with who? My friendship with Nikki Sixx. Nikki Sixx and I are best friends. Nikki Sixx of Motley Crue? Yes. How do you know Nikki Sixx of Motley Crue all of a sudden? Well, he reached out to me and said I was a person of utter character and can be trusted. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Well, we started talking and, he liked my character and said he'd like to meet me. So, he set up a special personal meet and greet and it was $4,300 and I'm paying him directly. And wait, what are you doing? So, this girl is like trying to like take this all in that her friend, who is just like a big dumb idiot, really, I'm sorry to say this friend is a big dumb idiot, is like thinking that over the internet, she met and befriended. And when I say befriended, like, really my best friend for the last few weeks has been Nikki Sixx. In fact, how do you know Nikki Sixx? We're so close. I've even lent him money. You've what?
Yes, because if that's one thing Nikki Sixx needs right now, after making $360 million selling his publishing to Hypnosis, he's a little short this month.
So he needs your money. So this girl is telling her friend,
"This is the dumbest human being on the face of the fucking earth."
And I'm loving this story. I'm just, as I'm watching this episode, I stop, I pop corn because this is getting so good. This
Colonel's?
Yeah, right. Colonel's gourmet popping corn while we're watching Dr. Phil.
This is the Nikki Sixx equivalent of somebody that still falls for the Nigerian prince scam. It's just fucking ridiculous to me.
It's like the Nigerian prince, but even better. So her friend is like, listen to me, okay? It's not because you're big and ugly. It's because Nikki Sixx has, he has a lot of things to do, and he's not randomly on the internet, and he's not randomly asking a girl for money, not randomly asking me. I'm now his best friend. In fact, he's actually part of a love triangle I'm in. I'm sorry, what? Nikki is married. Nikki is married to a beautiful girl. Well, he has a crush on me because he says I'm so funny and wholesome and whatever. But Bret already has me engaged and Nikki's jealous. So that's causing some tension between us. So she's like, wait a second. What makes you think this is actually Nikki Sixx or Bret Michaels? Well, for starters, I talk to them on text every day for hours a day. Okay. So you have the phone numbers. Have you ever tried calling them? Well, yeah, sure. Of course I have. But Nikki has a big problem. He can't talk on the phone because his manager doesn't allow it. He doesn't.
You are the dumbest fucking human being. You are a fat dummy, is what you are. You need to put down the burrito and the phone and get outside and see some sunshine. You are the dumbest catfish I've ever met. I don't understand. You make Danielle Bregoli seem like a genius.
Catfish is delicious with Alfredo sauce.
Alfredo sauce on it, so I hear.
Creamy and cheese.
Yes, I know. What do you want to think? I want some Alfredo sauce?
I would love Alfredo sauce. Heat it up with the space laser.
So let me get this straight. In your world, you, in between bonbons, believe that Nikki Sixx and Bret Michaels are fighting over you. Now, I don't want to seem mean, but there seems like there's plenty of you to go around.
It doesn't matter that you look like an unmade mattress, right? Dr. Phil is the most condescending.
You right now, that picture of Vince Neil on stage with the big old gut? That's kind of what I'm picturing you with Bret Michaels or Vince Neil or Nikki Sixx is what I'm saying.
And I'm not trying to body shame you. Nature did that. So
all I'm saying is you are so stupid. You deserve everything. Oh, look at Johnny.
Johnny, that's not really Nikki. That's the guy that just borrowed money. It's the guy that just borrowed money from you.
Look, in that picture, you can almost see Nikki's real hair.
Yeah, that doesn't even look like Nikki. I don't even think that is Nikki. Paulie,
That's looks like some guy that tends
paying
bar
it
at the
off.
Rainbow. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look like Nikki, Johnny. He's too young. Look at him.
No, you're right. KXM Rock. My Dr. Phil does sometimes go into Bill Clinton mode there, sort of like that. I'm sorry. I've been known to chase a heifer or two myself.
I did not have sex with that cankle-laden woman.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're almost the same. Bill Clinton and Dr. Phil. It's almost the same voice.
Yeah, except Dr. Phil just loves to humiliate people.
I've been known to chase a fatty or two myself. That Monica has grown into some piece of ass, but when I was chasing her, she was a little on the she shopped in the husky section is what I'm saying.
Understand that
is Brian Spalding in here? Brian Spalding. That's Brian Spalding.
There you go.
You do realize, Johnny, this isn't the time where you show pictures of you with your semi-famous
nothing
friend.
to do.
John
with
is trying to tell a fucking story
nothing
here.
to do with the story
What
at
are you
hand.
doing all of a sudden? I mean,
Nikki,
you had your chance to fucking contribute to the show, and you stood there blankly staring into the fucking computer.
I'm just finding these pictures.
Hey, look, everybody, it's Larry Mitchell.
Larry.
You did this on Saturday, too. Is this what you've been doing for 4 goddamn days?
Johnny, why don't you start showing us how to carve a pumpkin, for fuck's sake? Because there's nothing to do with the story we're on.
You are making this story way longer than it needs to be.
Johnny, if you were my wife, I would beat the snot out of you.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, listen, Dr. Phil is the most condescending, arrogant son of a bitch in the world. One of my friends, I'm not going to say who, works for him on the set.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, no, I won't. But he says he is the most arrogant son of a bitch to the staff. Like, really not a sweetheart of a guy. But you can tell just the way he talks to his guests.
Yes, because every therapist is that. Every therapist is that abrasive with the mentally unstable.
Yeah. I brought you here to drive you to suicide and make you realize you're not worth a rock star's time. So
I don't understand. How many calories are you consuming to feed this dream?
Hostess wanted to thank you for a good fiscal year. Yeah. So anyway, so this gets to a point where this girl is telling her friend, "Hey, at
what point did she realize that he's not the real father?"
Well, wait. This
oh no,
this actually is really even better. So
no, it doesn't.
Oh, yes, it does. Dr. Phil goes, or the friend goes, okay, so you've been texting with them. Why don't you call them? Well, because Nikki's manager is just so controlling. He doesn't let him call any fans at all. And then Nikki snuck a video call to me, and it was just a second because his audio video went out. But I saw it for a second. He said, "Hi, it's me, Nikki Sixx," and it was probably like a clip of an MTV commercial. Dr. Phil showed her how they do it. It's like the whole commercial would be like, "Hi, this is Nikki Sixx for Mothers Against Drunk Driving," and all this girl saw was a clip come on her phone, call up and hang up of, "Hi, it's Nikki Sixx." Click. Oh, what happened? Text. My audio video went out. Damn, I really wanted to talk with you. You looked so good.
Holy shit.
So this went on that she says, well, why don't you call Bret? It's a crazy thing. Bret also has audio video problems with his phone. He's waiting for the new iPhone. So until then, he's not able to do video calls. Why don't you just call Bret? His manager also is so controlling. And now Nikki is mad at me because he found out I got engaged to Bret, and Nikki has a crush on me. He's thinking of breaking up with his wife. It's like, and Dr. Phil's listening to this, and his eyes are on springs, just really? Like this is really going on? Like you're that stupid? I mean, Dr. Phil wants to beat her with a tennis racket by now, right? And she's saying, yeah. So I have a meet and greet date with Nikki, $4,300. And then there are other expenses keep coming up. The hotel rate came up for him because he had a cancellation and had to rebook. So that was another $200 I had to send. It was just insane. And then Bret's like, yeah, I want to put a down payment on the wedding. So, could you put up $5,000? I mean, it's like, and this is good. He's like, or the friend's like, so wait a second.
how do you know Bret Michaels engaged you? Look, he sent me a photo of his hand on the Bible, swearing to God that we're engaged. So she shows this hand. Dr. Phil now has just had enough. And it's like, okay, we got to debunk this. Did you ever see them other than those 1 second clips of, hi, I'm Bret Michaels. Hi, I'm Nikki Sixx. Well, no, but we've been texting all the time. And look, one of them sent me a photo of his driver's license. It's Bret's driver's license. So this photo has Bret Michaels wearing his bandana. It's Bret Michaels Aberley or something. And she's like, that's his real name. He's like, Bret Michaels is his real name. It's not Bret Michaels something. It's legally now Bret Michaels. And the word Michaels is spelled wrong. And the state of Alabama is AI, not AL, or Arizona is, instead of AZ, it was like AI. There were all these typos on this license. And it was obviously like a magazine photo cut out and put on this driver's license that she's showing Dr. Phil a photo of. And there's a big blow up on the wall of the license, and he's pointing out all these typos. And then he's like, yeah, we found this photo on Google search. What's he got? That's it. That's it. That's the driver's license photo. So he finds that he's sitting there with a pointer pointing out all the typos and bullshit on this license. Then he's like, that photo we found on Google search, it's out of a magazine. It's not Bret Michaels' real license. And then he shows a photo of Bret's right hand, and it's got a tattoo on it. And she's like, well, he covers that tattoo with makeup and everything, but it's on the Bible. That's his real hand. No, it's not. That's not Bret's hand. Bret has a tattoo. They don't just go away. There's a tattoo on his right hand. Well, maybe he's using his other hand. Okay, you can't just switch your thumb on your right hand and make it your left hand. That's someone's right hand. And she's like having a hard time admitting this and understanding this,
Just remember, her vote counts as much as yours does.
It sure does. And then they get up to Nikki Sixx, and he's like, what do I have to convince you that you are not best friends with Nikki Sixx? She's like, well, no, I believe Nikki. I think it's real. And she's like, I just happen to be friends with Nikki Sixx and his wife. And he puts him on screen. So now you have Nikki Sixx and his wife sitting there looking very, very uncomfortable because Dr. Phil obviously put them on the spot to break this girl's heart. Right? It's like Nikki's got that look of, hey, look, I know you're about to jump off a bridge probably, but I never talked to you. It's not me. And his wife's looking all uncomfortable, like, yeah, no, that's my, it's not my husband, and she's like looking at her like that's the competition.
I literally want to be the guy to go in there and go, I want to know how the fuck Dr. Phil and Nikki Sixx hooked up as friends.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know how that fucking happened. Does Dr. Phil go to Motley shows? That would be how creepy would that be? You're in the front row at a Motley show and you look to your left. Of course,
There you go. There's the girl on the left. There she is. Beauty queen that she is. And then she's like seeing Nikki and his wife looking all happy, and then kind of not laughing with you. They're not laughing with you, FYI. But you could tell, like, as Nikki's like letting her down, he's feeling really uncomfortable. He's like, yeah, look, when COVID is over, we'll have a real meet and greet, and you could meet me and my wife and a lot of security guards. Because
I was gonna say, and Nikki's guns.
Yeah, Nikki will be 20 feet away at a table. Hey, nice to meet you. No, stay right there. Keep an eye on her.
Social distancing.
Got tasers and mace ready to go, and probably a cattle prod for her. And that's already one. And then he's like, now I need to also let you know that you're not married to Bret Michaels, and this happens all the time. You're not engaged.
Wait. It does happen all the time?
Well,
like who?
Yeah, I know. Right? So Bret Michaels.
How many people are hooked into believing that they're engaged to some 80s
Bret
guy?
Michaels and best friends with Nikki Sixx, and they need money now.
Of course, yes.
Their phones aren't working. Both their managers are draconian and won't let them.
If you had said to me, she said she was engaged to Bobby Blotzer and he needs money right now, I'd be like, well, I guess
that would make sense.
That I understand.
And she would be a prize for Bobby.
Yep.
Yeah. So wait. So then Dr. Phil's like, are you opening your wrists yet? No. Well, I have a pre-recorded message from Bret Michaels to put you down also. So Bret at least had the decency to probably get the call and be like, yeah, no, I really don't want to come on the show and let this girl down. No, I really don't. No, really, even for money. No, I don't. No. Nikki's going. That's on him. I'm not doing it. So he agreed to pre-record a message. And this pre-recorded message, hey, this is Bret Michaels, and I'm at my house, and it's really the real Bret Michaels at my real house. You can see all the gold records, and I am so sorry because this keeps happening to my fans, and there are so many people imitating me online, and everyone's really bored and alone during quarantine and probably susceptible to these scam artists. And I am so sorry that that this keeps happening, and it happens a lot. So it's not just you. And meanwhile, he's just like, please don't let this girl hang herself. Please don't let it be on me. Please let it be on Nikki, And Dr. Phil's like almost like ready with a stick, like, are you done yet thinking that rock stars want to talk to your ugly ass? And finally she's like,
of course,
okay,
Bret was thinking to myself, again, I'm getting Nikki's leftovers. I don't understand.
Yeah, right. Oh no, that's Tommy's leftovers.
Oh,
terrible. Poor Pam. And she was already stretched out. Anyway,
by the way, married again for the 6th time. Congratulations, Pam. Pam Anderson, still married as far as we know.
And
married her bodyguard.
Who wouldn't? Yeah. So this girl finally admitted, yeah, I guess I got scammed, and I'm glad I have a good friend like my friend. And meanwhile, the friend's probably like at home, like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, and Dr. Phil's just reveling in it, he's just like, so I want you to know that you deserve better than that. And everyone in the audience is like, she deserves better than 2 rock stars? Yeah, this girl? Yeah, but, he's doing the Dr. Phil moment of, I just want you to know you deserve better than that. Yeah. So, if you haven't checked it out, check it out on YouTube. It's so worth it. What is this? A sale at Macy's? Look at the fucking bells. Jesus Christ. That was her jumping off the bridge. That was Dr. Phil's producer following her down.
Oh no.
Yeah, so check that out on YouTube if you can. Dr. Phil with Nikki Sixx and Bret Michaels. I had tears in my eyes just watching.
I believe I'm engaged to Bret Michaels and texting daily with Nikki Sixx,
who's jealous of my relationship. Look how far Dr. Phil is sitting from her.
Well, it's social distancing.
Yeah, and that's not because
he's just outside of her gravitational pull.
It's terrible right now because she can't break the suction off that chair. No, Dr. Phil is just like loving this. He's loving this.
Sure. Well, it's because it's the first time anybody's ever spoken about Dr. Phil in a long time.
Ever. Yeah, so that's just a winner. That's my favorite story this week.
Yeah, that's something right there.
Yeah, so if you like that story, leave a thumbs up. And even if you don't, take a second, hit the like button, leave a thumbs up.
By the way, Renus Pinkle points out that one of these is a semitone off. That one there is a semitone. It's a little lower. I'm down a half step so that my voice sounds better.
This is like being in a department store and you hear like, thank you, shoppers. We have a sale in women's wear today. Women's wear.
By the way, I'm going to point this out just quickly. I don't want to go too deep into it. He said, knowing that we're going to end up going too deep into this. I'm okay with the always maxi pad commercials happening right around dinner time to talk about the fact that you might have the occasional leakage. What I don't understand is why we have to talk about the what the gush moment. There's a commercial that talks about you'll never know when your period is going to become a situation. And when you have that what the gush moment, gush, like do I really need to hear about the uncontrollable blood loss in your body
nice.
while I'm eating dinner? while I'm eating my black and blue steak.
I made Manhattan clam chowder.
So
nothing like tomato soup with a grilled cheese, right, John?
yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. I don't need to hear about the what the gush moment. But if you Google that, there's a legitimate commercial that talk like, do commercials need to be as graphic? I kind of understood that the always panty liner was absorbent when you dump the cup of blue liquid into it. That's all I needed to know. I don't need to know the what the gush moment.
Help, help. Do you have a pad? Do you have a pad I could borrow? Oh, is it that time? Well, look at my fucking white pants sopping with blood. What are you fucking not paying attention? Look at this. My whole fucking seat.
See, I probably shouldn't have brought this one up.
There you go.
I regret everything I've just said.
Do you have any shrimp for that cocktail sauce?
You know what goes good with gush? Alfredo.
Alfredo Gush. Delicious.
That's a great name for a band playing it this weekend.
Alfredo Gush.
Alfredo Gush.
Every vampire loves when it's gushy.
Tonight, it's Vane, Snatch, and Alfredo Gush.
Oh, my gushing gash.
Love it.
All right, I have 8 minutes to get into this conversation that we're going to do.
All right, let's do this. Recently, I'm just gonna come out with it. Recently, Steven Wilson, the former exactly the former frontman.
Sorry, Paul.
The former frontman of the band Porcupine Tree. For those of you that know that band, because
Porcupine
Tree. Porcupine Tree. He's the former frontman of Porcupine Tree. He basically recently had some words about Eddie passing, and just basically saying, that he knows he's passed, and that's sad, but he's just, not really impressed by, the type of playing that he did. He just thinks shred was ridiculous as an art. He thinks, playing.
Well, that part's true.
Well, I happen to like Van Halen's music, but apparently this guy wasn't impressed. And it really depressed Wolfgang, because Wolfgang apparently liked this guy's album. Apparently liked one of his albums really as one of his favorites. And it kind of depressed him. He says he's not really bashing on my dad, but it's really sad of what he said. And I think that's Wolfgang just being really polite, because, this guy's not exactly David Crosby, but if David Crosby had a son, I think that would probably be what he would say.
I didn't like Van Halen at all. Meh. I was just playing. Meh. Meh, I say. Meh, Helen.
Yeah. So, I know a lot of people are up in arms on this Porcupine Tree guy. Look, I get it's not your jam, but for fuck's sakes, I just really hate when someone disrespects shred, just in general, especially Eddie. It's just don't say anything. Just shut your fucking mouth. Just say, leave it at, it's sad that he passed away. He was a groundbreaker, a trailblazer. A lot of people were really affected by it. I'm sad about that. You don't have to throw in your stupid 2 cents of, well, I never really liked Shred or anything he did with the guitar, and I thought it was kind of ridiculous. It's just shut up. He's more popular than you'll ever dream of being. Just shut up. And that's my 2 cents on it. I know Paulie and Johnny have different takes on it. I'd like to know what the audience thinks, though.
Yeah. I'll go next because I know Paul. No, Paul, you should go next because you got to leave.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I know Steven. I'm a big Porcupine Tree fan, and was one of the few programmers in American rock radio that's actually played their music on the radio, have had them in the studio a bunch of times, and go back at 15 years with that band. Super talented band, super talented musician, but he is, Steven is an artist, and Steven is a lot like Steve Howe from Yes. He's a prog guy. He's very, very English, very, very schooled, very, very
douchey.
No, he's not. He's not, though. That's the thing. But it comes across that way because he's English and he's very dry, and it's difficult to. He's a lot like Maynard from Tool, which is he's got this real exaggerated opinion of what music should be and the art behind music. And what Eddie did as the sort of grandfather of shred guitar, I mean, is not his thing. And I think the way he said it, because it's so dry and because he's English, just came across the wrong way, and he's going to have to own it. And Wolfie's right. I mean, he likes the music. Porcupine Tree is a supremely talented prog metal band. They're very, very good. They got 29 albums out. I mean, people don't realize it because they're not big in this country. But if you were
29 albums,
29 albums,
I've never heard of this guy.
Yep. They've got 10 studio albums. They got like 12 live albums. They've got like all these promos and box sets. They're a phenomenally talented, great band. But it's not Steven's jam. And the way he phrased his response, I don't believe was intentionally disrespectful. But I think that if you don't see him saying it and you just read the words, like is often the case when you text people back and forth, you see these words on a piece of paper and you make a subjective interpretation of what he's saying. And when he says, it wasn't my thing, it's not something I like, I don't enjoy it, that means he doesn't enjoy it. It doesn't mean it's bad, but we naturally assume that the case. I'm not going to defend Steven, but I'm just trying to give you an idea how to understand that he's an artist guy. He takes his music a little more seriously than Van Halen or Motley Crue. That's not his style of music. And so because of that, him saying, I'm not a fan, is interpreted as it's not good. And so I think that the comments were probably poorly executed. I think he even clearly said that Eddie is a genius and that he recognizes his talent and his ability and what he is, but it's not his thing because he is the father of a style of music that Steven doesn't respect. And because of that, because he's not a fan, the death of Eddie Van Halen doesn't really affect him. I get it. But it's probably a poorly worded, poorly executed response to that question.
Mm-hmm.
Porcupine Tree is phenomenal. And Steven Wilson is a phenomenal artist, but it's like asking Pavarotti, and I'm certainly not putting Steven Wilson in that category, but it's like asking Pavarotti what he thinks of Joey Ramone. It's just not his thing. He thinks it's beneath him.
Fruitcake Tony says, I've heard of them. Their guitar picks are worth like 75 cents. Okay, so they are a collectible item. Thank you, Tony.
They're a great band. They really are a great band. He's a supremely talented musician. He's one of those guys that's a lot like Trent Reznor, where it's all him. All the music is him, and he has a band that plays it live when they go out on stage and do their thing.
Well, that's what Wolfgang is doing.
Right. It's exactly
same thing.
Yes, yeah. I'm sure Wolfgang is inspired by what Steven Wilson does because he is super talented.
That's why he said he was bummed about those comments.
Right.
Because he's one of his definitely one of his inspirations. Yeah.
Yeah, no, again, Steven is a supremely talented musician. He really is. He's got like 5 or 6 solo records out, 29 albums with Porcupine Tree, 4 or 5 albums with a band called Blackfield with an Israeli musician named Aviv Geffen. He's he also was in a band called No Man that put out a couple of records. And he's a producer. He produces Opeth records. He really is a super pseudo genius. I mean, just unbelievably talented guy, but he's not socially graceful. And his honest answer came across as being very disrespectful.
I mean, if you're not a fan of Van Halen, just be more respectful. Just say, look, it's sad the guy died. He was an innovator. I know he was a groundbreaker. It's a terrible tragedy for the music world. Don't give your personal opinion. Just shut up. You're going to upset a million people.
Well, it could have been to get this as well.
Clickbait?
Yeah.
That's just low. If that's the motive to just get talked about, and that's your whole thing is like starting shit with like bad mouthing Van Halen. I mean, come on.
No, he didn't badmouth Van Halen, and I'll give you the quote. Well, the exact quote is, I know he's an extraordinary musician, and it's always sad when an extraordinary musician dies, but I was never a fan of the so-called shredder mentality, and I think in many ways he was the father of that whole kind of movement. He said, I never understood that playing as fast as you can thing, and I know that wasn't all he did. I know he was a more flexible musician than that, but I think that the legacy that he has, Eddie Van Halen, is in creating the shredder phenomenon, which is something so vile to me. The idea that you play almost music like you're playing an Olympic sport is kind of an anathema to my kind of ideas in creativity on music. So he's not bad-mouthing Eddie Van Halen. In
He's
fact,
bad-mouthing shred.
yes, and Eddie is, and let's face it, there is a ton of shred music that is fucking awful. I don't put Eddie Van Halen in the shredder category. Eddie Van Halen is well above that. Eddie Van Halen writes songs, and he has amazing virtuoso musicianship. But there's a huge difference between Eddie Van Halen and Guy Man Dude or Michael Baccio or fucking or Joey Tafola. You know what I mean? There's Eddie Van Halen and Steve. Yeah, there's Eddie Van Halen and Steve Vai and Joe Satriani, and then you start to get into the Yngwie Malmsteen, Tony McAlpine, Paul Gilbert, and then you start to get down into that Vinnie Moore, Joey Tafola. You start to get into these guys who are playing Little Italy's 9 million miles an hour. Stephen raises a very valid point. Shred for shred's sake is garbage. If you can't write a fucking song, who cares if you can play 1 million miles an hour? You know what I mean?
But he's disrespecting the whole genre in general.
Well, shred deserves it. Shred as a genre is silly because playing that fast without being able to write a fucking song is nonsense.
But a lot of guys can play fast and be melodic about it. A lot of guys.
No, they can't.
Oh, come
not
on.
a lot of guys.
There's generally
not a lot of guys.
there's not really songs within that stuff.
I mean, look, as much as we love Jason Becker and Marty Friedman, the Cacophony records are very difficult for the average music fan to listen to.
Okay, but there are a lot of solos that are shred solos that I find very melodic. I think they're terrific. And you're right in that, yeah, there are a lot of guys that are just, like the Michael Batio, just double necking whatever, masturbatory.
And I would agree. And I would agree wholeheartily with Steven Wilson that that's nonsense. But
now we're picking on specific guys.
We're picking on the specific genre that Steven Wilson, right, wrong, or indifferent, applies Eddie Van Halen as the kickstart to that. And he's right. Eddie was the guy. Eddie and Randy Rhoads. I mean, really, if we want to be honest, neoclassical shred guitar was invented by guys that I'm sure Steven Wilson is hugely influenced by, and that'd be Ritchie Blackmore and Steve Howe. So it's interesting. Sure. Yeah, Blackmore and Steve Howe really were the guys that invented shred guitar, but Eddie made it popular, and Eddie is the tipping point between guitar virtuoso technical ability and silly masturbatory guitar, scales upon scales upon scales. Eddie's the tipping point. Unfortunately, Steven is blaming him for all that came after him, and there's probably a bit of legitimacy to it.
Even Eddie had said he's not responsible for all the kids playing like typewriters.
Right.
He had said that.
But to be fair, I mean, you have guys like George Lynch and Warren DeMartini and Jakey Lee that are fast players, and they're melodic as fuck. They're terrific.
But I don't consider I don't consider George Lynch and Jakey Lee and Paul Gilbert shredders. I consider guys like fucking Yngwie and Tafola and McAlpine and Vinnie Moore and to a lesser degree Michael Lee Firkins, although he did have a better grasp on it, and even Richie Kotzen as shredders. And
I consider these guys shredding.
All net, but George Lynch wrote songs, and Jakey Lee wrote songs.
Sure, but they're shredding. I mean, you listen to Bark at the Moon. I mean, he's shredding.
To me, shred music is that instrumental shit guitar stuff that the Great Cat is a shredder.
Nah, the Great Cat is garbage. The Great Cat, I could see
Joe Stump. Joe Stump is a great example. Bent Tom. Joe Stump is a shredder.
You can't say most of the 80s hairband guys aren't shredders. Most of them are.
No, they're not. Most of those guys are not as technically proficient as a shredder would be. Shred guitar is Michael Schenker is a shredder. Michael Schenker is an early shredder.
And you don't consider George Lynch a shredder?
I think that George Lynch has the ability to shred, but I don't think his musical template is shred guitar. No.
I think I will agree to disagree. I mean, I think those are guys that do use shred as their style. And I'm not saying that, like, again, I hate to keep running back to Michael Battillo, but that's shredding for the point that it's just garbage. And Great Cat, don't even get me started on that crap.
She's garbage.
Yeah, but there are a lot of artists in the 80s in the hair bands that are shredders. That, again, that's this style. Now, I'm not saying there aren't guys that aren't going fast for the sake of going fast. Sure, there are. There's good and bad in every genre.
Sure.
But with that said, I think to generalize the genre as not just something Eddie started or raised to the top, but like is just being, they're just going fast, they're not making melodies. That's bullshit.
But I think if that's all you do, if that's all if that's what you're doing is just making a guitar record to play as fast as you can possibly play to show everybody how many arpeggios you could fucking stack in one 16-bar pass, I think that's garbage. And I would agree that that's not songwriting anymore. It's almost like we were talking about earlier, playing heavy for heavy's sake.
Well, sure.
Yeah, if all you want to do is play 9 million notes in a row and you can't write a riff or a song or a groove, something I can tap my fingers, tap my feet to, then but again, Eddie's not that. And I think that's where Steven fucked up, is that Eddie certainly is the grandfather of that 80s shred style. But if you read the quote is complimentary.
To a point, yes. To a point, no.
No, it's not. He's saying Eddie is more than that. Eddie is more than that. But then he goes off and says, Eddie is the father of a style of music that I hate. That doesn't make Eddie.
To me, that says Eddie's music as well. If he's the father of a genre, that includes his own music. It has to. I think the whole thing got taken out of context, but I think he said too much. I think he could have just said, again, half of what he said and shut it down. I think he went too far. And I think, like I said, as someone who likes, that type of finger tapping and shredding, and, I didn't take it as a compliment at all.
Well, I think even Wolfgang said that the comments were sort of taken out of context and and again, keep in mind, a lot of the places where these comments are showing up are websites who want you to clickbait.
Of course. And I get that. I just think, like, dude, just stop. Just say, sorry that he passed away, and that's pretty much the day.
Yeah, I think there's a way you can say, it's obviously a huge loss for music. He's clearly an important artist, and the music world, is all in mourning today. And you could leave your opinion of shred out of it. You really could. There's a way you could have done that. And that's what I was saying. I don't believe his intention was to be disrespectful, but because he's English and he's a little bit too artistic and in a way he's sort of a music snob. Yeah, there's an arrogance there that I think comes with being in that prog world. I think a lot of guys in that world would say the same thing. I think a lot of those guys, I don't think Jeff Beck speaks very highly of Eddie Van Halen. I think some of those English schooled musicians, guys who are jazz trained and a little bit more traditionally disciplined, look at guys like Eddie and guys like Vai as being, or not Vai so much because Vai is as traditionally trained as it gets. But they look at guys like Eddie and Vito and Paul Gilbert as just sort of wankers, guitar wankers, because that's just, it's English versus American. American musicians wouldn't say that. An English musician would.
I don't think Beck would say that.
Well, Jeff Beck doesn't have nice words to say about a lot of guitar players, to be honest with you. He doesn't. He just doesn't. Jeff Beck thinks he's the greatest man to ever walk the face of the earth. He's very dismissive when it comes to other players.
Has he met Yngwie Malmsteen?
Well, same thing. Yngwie's European. European, schooled, educated European players have this weird arrogance or pomposity about them when they comment on other musicians that comes across, I think, as dismissive and somewhat obsequious toward others. And I think that's a sad thing that Steven is probably learning right now. He's not winning himself many fans in America this week.
Well, I think the saddest thing is Johnny right now is Googling obsequious.
Obsequious.
Obsequious. Johnny, make sure you spell that right up there.
Hip Metalworks, the first shredder was by far Richie Blackmore. Richie Blackmore, and there's an argument to be made.
That jazz guy, technically.
What, Django?
Is that the guy from the 60s?
Oh no, Les Paul was a shredder. Les Paul played 1 million notes in a row before there was shred guitar.
Yeah, that's true.
Who's that jazz player I'm thinking of?
Les Paul.
No. He was doing the finger tapping before Eddie.
Oh yeah. That's the guy back in the 30s.
60s with 30s?
Yeah, there's a guy in the late 30s who did it on ukulele.
Fred knows a guy that did it on the Shellstone.
Yeah. Roy Smeck is who you're thinking about. 1926.
Was that the 20s? Okay, I didn't even think it was that far back. But you know who I'm talking about. That guy, he's like a jazz guy. He was just totally
Roy Smeck. Roy
Okay.
Smeck is his name. Yeah. But as far as the modern shred guitar, I would say that the way we see the form today, that neoclassical shred, I would say Blackmore's the guy. Blackmore and Steve Howe were the first two guys that infused that classical style of guitar playing in with modern rock.
Hendrix also played.
Yeah, Hendrix didn't play classically though. He wasn't classically trained, whereas guys like Blackmore.
Yeah.
Yes, Gary Moore. Gary Moore went through a shred phase.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. Some Dave Duke brought up in the chat.
Nope.
Hey, Mark.
Not a traditional shredder, a blues guitar player. He's phenomenal, but not a shredder.
Roy Clark.
Roy Clark could fucking play. Roy Clark could play. You know, a lot of these guys that are outside of the rock genre, Chet Atkins can play or could play. You know, those guys were fucking insane. But I think Blackmore is the father of modern shred guitar. I think he did it. I mean, he obviously did it before Eddie.
Well, I wonder
Blackmore?
what he.
Yeah. Eddie loved Blackmore.
Right.
Yeah, it was a big influence.
I love Blackmore. Richie Blackmore may be the most underrated guitar player in rock history because he's such an asshole. And because Deep Purple was so unstable. The lineup of Deep Purple was so unstable that Blackmore gets a bum rap. I mean, he wrote some of the greatest riffs of all time, but people forget what a great player he is as well.
Thank you, Santa Cruz 360.
Bet Tom, I can't believe you sent me that, man. That's insane.
Oh, another dick pic? Oh, Tom, come on.
Yeah,
What the hell?
it was.
Let's
It
get all these
actually,
dick pics
it
during the
actually
show.
was. Oh my god.
Make sure you send your dick pics right to Johnny's phone.
There you go. And KXM Rock brings up a good point. Blackmore didn't like Eddie either. Right, because Blackmore was a pompous English schooled musician. And that's the European musicians are way more regimented and way more disciplined than something like Eddie did. And because of that, none of those guys have written a song as good as Van Halen. Those guys don't groove. And the English guys that do groove are not great players. Jimmy Page grooves, but not technically proficient when you see some of those lives and even some of the recorded solos. Listen to the solo in Heartbreaker. It sounds like he's throwing the guitar down a flight of stairs. It's cool, but it's nowhere near as precise as what nowhere near as precise as what some of those other guys do. Angus is not a schooled guitar player, but what a fucking groove. Just because you can play 1,000,000 miles an hour doesn't mean you should. And a lot of those guys sacrifice the ability to write a song and lock into a simple 4/4 groove and give me something to tap my feet to in exchange for how many arpeggios can I play in Mixolydian mode? Who gives a shit?
Well, Angus is playing 4 chords, and it's a damn fine trick.
Sure, yeah.
For how many albums now? 18?
Yep.
All of them.
Yeah. Well, how many albums does AC/DC have out? Studio?
Well,
18?
18 anyway, yeah.
Jump out.
I think it's 18.
1, 2, 3, 4 box sets.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
see, Tube Supio, that Heartbreaker solo is a nightmare. He's just going up the neck. He's out of key. He's fucking fumbling all over his fingers. It's awesome, but technically, Jimmy Page made a lot of mistakes on those records, but they're great mistakes. And the songwriting was so strong. There's a great example of songwriting being so much stronger than technical ability.
Hey, Fred, I got us a meet and greet with Yngwie Malmsteen.
I don't even know who that guy is.
Oh, he does. He says he's the greatest. Oh, Fred, he's quite a cocksucker.
You know what Yngwie Malmsteen translates into?
Oh, no, what, Fred?
Opening act.
Well, all the girls are opening their legs. Hey, there's Wilma.
Yes, AC/DC learned the formula. The formula is write songs that get the guys playing air guitar and women shaking their asses too. That's all you need to do.
It's that simple.
Yep. Journey did the same thing. Journey wrote songs that rocked just enough for the guys and were just sensitive enough for the chicks.
Yeah, and it worked out. I hear they made it.
Yes, some Dave, dude. Shredders are classical music based. Shred music and even to a lesser degree thrash music it has its origins back in classical music.
Well, 80s metal is a lot of blues based.
Sure it is. But when you go to prog metal, when you go to bands like like Queensryche and Dream Theater and Fate's Warning and Crimson Glory and all that stuff, that traces back to classical more than it does to John Lee Hooker and Chuck Berry.
Well, Queensryche and Crimson Glory, I mean, and Sabotage for that matter, that is a lot of classical influence. I mean, that's again thinking man's metal, you know, and Sabotage with the piano influence and the orchestras and things like that. And again, they changed. You know, it's like right after or right. Let's see, was it Hall the Mountain King? I guess was their last real like heavy album before they got into all the orchestra and stuff.
Well, that was before Queensryche started to become popular, and they went, aha.
Hey, John, don't you play piano? Chris Oliver, what a shame.
No, they were prog metal can be traced back to classical. Hair metal is obviously the bastard son of the blues. I mean, there's every band, and we've talked about this before, any one of those grunge bands you can trace back to whatever your favorite big three rock band is.
Or homeless people. Grunge.
Yeah, maybe.
No, not quite a fan. And I don't care if Kurt Cobain's fans are mad at me. I don't care. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Nirvana either. Most talented guy in Nirvana was Dave Grohl, clearly.
Yeah, and continues to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like him.
Who? Dave Grohl?
Nirvana. I like all that.
Well, again, like I said,
cool.
The one song I like is "Smells Like Teen Spirit" because it kind of was like half metal, half grunge. You didn't know what it was, so you kind of got fooled.
Some Dave, dude, if you want to compare Satriani with Yngwie Malmsteen, here's a great example. Get into a bar, play a Satriani song, watch how many people are bobbing their heads and hanging out, then play an Yngwie song and watch how many people kind of are confused by it.
How many people are still in there?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
What bar has those in a jukebox? I want to go to that bar.
Yeah. Joe Christian, Point Blank is a semi one-hit wonder. They were cool, but they're an also ran. Oh, Nicole is the only thing anybody would even close to recognize from Point Blank. Good band, but an also ran. Point Blank is right there with Donnie Iris and Head East and Michael Stanley and a myriad of other bands that never really jumped over that level of Shooting Star. You know, bands that people just kind of go, oh, I kind of know these guys. Saga.
You know, I just realized, I know it's a story back from where we are, but I just realized who was catfishing that poor girl on Dr. Phil. It was Gene.
Could be. He does like them big. You can't have steak every night.
So wait, I should send you money?
Yeah. Joe Christian, Oh Nicole's a fun song, but nobody, most people don't know it.
I know Oh Sherry.
Renus Pinkle, Little Caesar, a better band than they've been given credit for. Cool band. Came too late.
Yeah, too late, and they were a little bit like Junkyard. I almost want to say.
There's a whole bunch of bands that were in there. There was Junkyard, Little Caesar, Four Horsemen, Salty Dog. They all sort of had that same sort of bluesy thing going for them.
Ugly Kid Joe.
Ugly Kid Joe was an interesting thing. I saw them with Scatterbrain. Ugly Kid Joe was a band of very, very talented musicians who played very, very simplistic songs, which I thought was kind of neat.
They just had this kind of, I don't want to say sleaze, but like, kind of like Junkyard is actually kind of the word I would even use for them, just kind of like throwing on a cut off denim vest and hanging out, behind a building among some wrecked up cars and playing,
Ugly Kid Joe came at a time they sort of fit in there with that, like we said, the post glam sleaze. They didn't really quite have a place because they were part hair band, part Jane's Addiction, part alternative dork, part scatterbrain / infectious grooves. There was a sarcasm, a punkiness to Ugly Kid Joe, and a sense of humor there that was sort of antithetical to the hairspray, lipstick, glam thing. They're a real tough band to put. They fit in a weird place like Saigon Kick. There's really not a place for Ugly Kid Joe. Fun band, cool albums, but real difficult to put them in. Like if you were putting together a record store and you had hair metal, sleaze metal, glam metal, Ugly Kid Joe is sort of in its own place.
They're not really either of them. I mean,
they're none of those things.
They're closest to sleaze, but they're not sleaze.
No, they're and it's interesting because I mean, they're a good band. They were really a good band.
No, they were absolutely, and I've seen them live. And Junkyard, same thing. I've seen them live too.
Junkyard's a fun band, and I also like the. We talk about the J bands. Jet Boy. I'm a big fan of Jet Boy. Do love that band. Jet Boy.
Never got into Jet Boy. I bought the album. I just didn't like it.
They go back. They tend to be a little bit more influenced by Hanoi Rocks,
who I do like.
Yeah. So it's weird. There are certain bands that, this band begat this band who begat this band. Renus Pinkle. I love me some Jackal Renus. Some of my favorite people on the face of the earth. Love the guys in Jackal.
And who brought up Chris Oliver? Chris, such one of the greatest tragedies in music is Chris Oliver. From Sabotage.
D Long, a great example. Suicidal Tendencies. Suicidal Tendencies is a band that deserves way more credit for what they are. They were really the first crossover hardcore metal band. They were the first band I can recall that, and obviously DRI as well. DRI is a fantastic band, but they were the first band that took the skate punk movement and melded it with metal and had it work. I mean, Join the Army was the first crossover record that I remember hearing as a kid. That obviously institutionalized is what it is.
And they also had some funk in there. If you listen to like Send Me Your Money.
Oh yeah. Well, that's Trujillo.
I mean, that was just terrific bass work in there.
And their side project, which was Infectious Grooves, which was a fantastic band.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Suicidal Tendencies is a great band. They are the missing link between thrash, hardcore, crossover music. They're and a band that deserves. They also sort of helped invent rap metal. Join the Army was pretty much a rap metal song, and Send Me Your Money is pretty much a rap metal song, and a lot of those songs.
Good point.
Suicidal Tendencies. The fact Mike Muir, Fred Durst got very rich off of music that Mike Muir pioneered 10 years before him.
Fred Durst. What was it? Limp Bizkit? Is that him? Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, DRI, fantastic band. Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law is another great fucking skater crossover hardcore band. Cro-Mags.
Infectious Grooves was really fun to listen to too. We got baked to them all the time in college. Yeah, they were a lot of fun. Kid Rock.
Kid Rock started out as very, very much a hip hop artist. His early stuff is very much like old school Melly Mel and
Almost like a dirtbaggy Eminem, almost.
Sort of, yeah. Before that, but he came before Eminem. And then when Devil Without a Cause came out, he jumped on board and did a great job with his version of that rap rock thing.
And Scatterbrain also had that kind of vibe.
Scatterbrain was great. Scatterbrain, another bunch of guys who are classically trained musicians. Scam Boogery is a great album. I mean, Tastes Just Like Chicken is a hilarious song. Fine Line is a great song.
Green Jelly could also put into that category.
Green Jello was a and I called him Green Jello because I want to get sued. Maynard in Green Jello. Maynard from Tool, Maynard Keenan. People don't know that. Great album though. Really, Green Jello was sort of another. It was a fun version of Guar.
Little pigs, let me in.
Yep.
Not for the hair of our chinny chin chin.
D-Long Suicidal Tendencies does still exist. They put out an album about a year ago, an EP about a year ago. They still make records, and they're still very good. Now, Mike is like the only guy still left in the band.
Hey, Dane.
Which band? Dane Zimmerman of Zim's Guitars in Arizona.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Our favorite shop.
It is. Fungo Mungo. I haven't heard of them. Have you, Paulie?
I've heard the name. I don't know enough of the music.
I've never heard of them. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, yeah, they're from here.
What? Johnny knows them?
They're from Bay Area.
Johnny, give
Fungo
the specs. Paulie and I are lost on that one.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of bands. Like Psychofunkopus is great.
Fungo Mungo.
Hold on. I want Johnny's
No,
take.
Wait a minute. Wait, I know the bass player in that band.
One synapse is firing in Johnny's head, and I can smell it.
I need to see this. I
think.
Oh no, here it goes. He's losing it. He's losing it.
Yeah. I'm friends with. I know the bass player. The bass player. He went on to play in Third Eye Blind. Before the singer kicked him out.
Third Eye Blind, I've heard of.
Oh yeah, huge. No, I've done a lot of. Actually, I've done a bunch of these types of streams with the bass player.
Nice. Johnny pointing out. I'm sorry, not Johnny. Jesus Rapes Me. One of Kid Rock's first recorded songs was with the Insane Clown Posse.
No, Kid Rock came before the Insane Clown Posse, but yes, they did do a song together.
Let's see the radar. If there is a snow where you guys are, make sure to piss the word "fit" beneath a Tool fan's window. What is I know the piece is fit. What is Robot Master Switch talking about right here?
John Bell.
I have no idea.
Yeah, and before you go, Paul, I want to open this.
I gave you your extra half hour.
Okay, I'm going to open this unboxing from Charles Green.
Paul, are you leaving or you staying for the unboxing?
I'm staying for the unboxing and then I'm out. I'm fucking falling asleep. No offense intended, but I'm exhausted.
None taken. You
can hear it in my voice. I've lost my voice.
Please leave a thumbs up on the video if you're still awake. Hit the like button because why not? It's free.
Anybody that's still here, 133.
How many thumbs up do we have? Are we at 100 yet? We should. I
don't know. I can't see the.
If we're not at 100, please leave a thumbs up anyway. Just to say it did. If you haven't left a thumbs up, please leave a thumbs up.
Ooh.
There you go. By the way, Paulie, this was intended for us. This is another package.
Another example of
Johnny did not share with us. Look at this. FU Tone.
FU Tone.
Adam over at FU Tone.
Yeah.
Check out FU Tone for some cool upgrades to your guitar.
Check them
what
out.
Is that? Does that card say to Johnny, John, and Paulie? Is that what that says?
Nope.
I thought it did.
This is from Charles Green.
Let me get this straight. So Charles Green is now sending stuff directly just to John.
This is executive producer Charles Green.
And then what's happening here is Johnny Beane is just opening the box. He's doing the unboxing in front of us just to lord it over us to show all the cool free shit he's getting.
Well, Paulie,
Look at
there's 3 boxes. He's only opening one. The other two, go right on eBay. Well, all right, what is that?
It's the popcorn that comes with the whatever it is.
There you
It's
go.
amazing.
Is that kernels?
Look how many I got.
Wow. That he'll share with us, Paulie.
Charles Green.
Thank you for all that phone.
Dude. Are you here? There you are.
He can't answer you. Are
There
you
he
here?
is. Yes, he's here. Charles Green.
There you go.
Thank you.
Why did I have to see this? Why did I have to see this unboxing? This is like, why don't you just kick me in the nuts?
Yeah, really. Here's what Charles Green got for me and not Paul or John.
This is heavy.
This is.
Here's what Charles Green got for me and not for
Why
Paul
is-
or John.
Here it is. Let's see.
Why?
Look.
Why?
Is that a beautiful German Floyd that Paul and I would love to?
It's
Yep.
an FU tone, Floyd.
You know what? F you, John.
This thing is heavy. Look at this.
That's got that
beautifully
fucking brass
made.
block.
This
That's,
thing
that's
is
an Adam.
heavy.
That's because Adam.
Dang.
That's because Adam makes them right.
Look at that. That thing is probably solid as a rock.
It
I'm
is.
sure it's going to sound great in whatever guitar you don't put it in.
Well, it's
No,
certainly-
this is going. This is going in a guitar. This is going in a guitar that I've been planning on building for like 5 years.
Paulie, he doesn't even have the fucking guitar.
No,
You see this?
No, I
planning
do.
on
I
buying
do.
a guitar.
The body's right there.
Johnny has,
neck.
Johnny has some planks. He
The
says,
neck
yeah,
is
I'm going
right
to build
there.
a guitar.
Thank you to Jay Hannon. Jay Hannon gave me the neck. Another friend of mine gave me the body. Like
Do you
5
ever
years
buy
ago.
anything, John, or you just get everything fucking free from everybody? You
Where?
fucking mooch.
Meanwhile, poor John Biel is like struggling to get a Kramer neck.
I
And
know.
every one of them turns out to be twisted and busted, and he spends money on it. Johnny gets all this great free swag.
You know what Johnny is? He's like the guy on that Yankee swap thing. He starts with a fucking paperclip and ends up with a fucking boat.
Love it. Look at this.
Wow. Thank you so much,
Yeah, no, Paulie and I.
Charles
thank you.
Green.
Yeah, and
Adam.
thank you for showing it to us, Johnny. That's great.
We appreciate that.
Yep, that was awesome.
Johnny just
Feel
basically
really good about it.
Johnny just did to us what Dr. Phil did to that girl. Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Yeah, F you, Johnny. F you. There it is. See? Maybe Sean Jean-Claude will send us more sauces, Paulie. I'm sorry that you didn't get creme. I'm sorry you didn't get all these upgrades to guitars, but here's some more sweet and sour stuff.
I know you didn't get a great trem from Adam Reaver and FU Tone from Charles Green, but I decided to send you some crawfish.
Here's some more chips. That stuff's good, man.
Wow. Charles,
Thank you.
thank you, man.
That's a nice
Thank
gift,
you.
Charles.
That really
All
is,
right.
Charles.
I gotta go let the dogs out and go to bed. Goodbye.
All right. Good night, Paulie.
Good
Thanks.
night. Oh, I got to change the thing now.
What thing you changing?
I got to change the.
Oh,
the
yeah. This is a
There
phone
we go.
number. Yeah. Let's see. And we love you too, Charles. We're just busting Johnny's balls. We're having a little fun. Voodoo Child SJ. More sauce, baby. You bet. Those sauces were awesome.
Oh, dude, yeah. Actually, I'm having some of the. We're having salmon tonight, and I'm gonna have some of the slap your mama. On there. The
That stuff will go for a while. The seasoning, because you have just like, you sprinkle it on here and there, and there's a lot of it. But the sauces, they go fast when you you make a chicken or something and you baste it in that stuff, which is terrific.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mickey Settlemeyer, welcome.
Hey, Mickey.
Salmon is great.
So hungry.
Smack your mama. I have a tremendous dinner coming up later on. I went to
On the show.
yeah, I know, right? No, I went to a Jewish deli out here to try it out. One I never tried, and I ordered like half the store. I walked out with like this big box of sandwiches. They're like, "Enjoy your party." I'm like, "It's just me." They're like, "He's just a pig." No, I ordered like a shit ton of stuff.
Oh, so you have them there.
Yeah, I ordered like multiple sandwiches and side dishes and all sorts of Jewish soul food. Terrific stuff. Great stuff. That's it. Anyway, it's almost 2:30. It is time for Show and Tell Guitar. Show and Tell Guitar is a celebrity guitar, and it's brought to you by greatest invention ever. Try out a Swiss pick, get your grip on.
There you are.
These things play phenomenal. You hold on to them, they will not do anything, and there's little holes to put my tiny pee through. So terrific Swiss pick.
Smallest.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think I can't self-deprecate on my own, Johnny? And glow in the dark ones. These are actually fun because the glow in the dark ones, I have them all over my living room. So they're like all over my couch because that's usually where I play. And I turn off the lights and there's like 8 little glowing things. I'm like, oh, there's that one that fell under the couch. And Swiss picks. Get your grip on. Also brought to you by Vinum Custom Pickups. Vinum Pickups, maker of the Mancuda Custom. Look at that. Badass.
Wow.
And they'll make you whatever you want. I mean, Craig Vinum will, custom wind, but they also have a tremendous selection of all sorts of pickups, things that like mimic and improve on things that are already made. If you have like a DiMarzio Super Distortion and you want something a little hotter but very similar sounding, or a Duncan JB but a little less muddy, I mean, he'll custom wind you stuff, different colors, customs, all sorts of great stuff. Vinum Pickups, check that out. And of course,
Nice.
Tessie Switch, the greatest kill switches on the market. Check out Tessie Switch at their website because they are just freaking awesome. So today for Show and Tell, I gave you the clue that tonight's Show and Tell guitar belonged to a very well-known artist, but it's not usually a brand that is most associated with him, but it is one that he's really well known for. So it was kind of a weird clue. And basically what it is, the artist is Steve Vai, and this is one of Steve's guitars, but it's not an Ibanez, because other than Ibanez, what brand was Steve also known to play? Major brand. Let's see.
I know what it is.
Who? I'm waiting to see who gets it in the chat. Someone guessed performance. Someone guessed area. First act. Charvel. Kramer.
First act.
First act.
He started on a first act.
Charvel. Performance. Cecil Music got it. Jackson. Steve Vai had a platinum pink Jackson that he was known to play. He played it in the David Lee Roth Yankee Rose video. He played it a bunch early on, but in his pre-Roth days with Alcatraz as well. And right around that time, he went into the Jackson factory and he looked at that pink guitar they made for him, and they did it in sync numbers. And right next to it was another Jackson that he liked. And he said, you know what? I would also love to use that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, Johnny? Look at that thing. Okay, now this is, you got to look close. This is a pink sparkle Jackson. It is one serial number away from his platinum pink Jackson. And he basically saw it on the rack at Jackson when he picked up his other pink and said, I want to use it. Now, it's not red sparkle, so don't let the camera throw it off. I'm trying to catch the color right. It's a pink sparkle, and it's really neat. It's a bound dot headstock, bound neck, bound ebony neck, dot inlays, bound headstock. And Steve played a bunch of Jacksons. He had this, he had that platinum pink, he had a yellow one, again with dot inlays, and he had the Steve I guitar, which was kind of an orangish yellow with eyes around, eye graphic around it. Look at that. Look at this sparkle on that thing. No wonder it caught his eye. Steve liked pink at the time, so this was also right up his alley. And Steve did apparently a Kaler tour with this. It was a workshop tour that he did around with it, and I have photos of him using it on that. Let's see if we could pull some of these out. I have a lot of photos of him with it. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Okay, here's one. Steve using it like that. And another. Those are a little dark. I have some others. Let's see. Here's better quality ones. These are a little closer. There we go. And he took this around. This is right around the, I think, the Alcatraz beginning of Lee Roth time, and doing the Kaler workshops with that one. And of course, you guys all know how much I love pink. There you go. That's a better shot. You know, and Steve loved, obviously, you know, that Sparkle Charvel, but that was just a movie prop. That wasn't his own guitar. But this was his chance to use another Jackson. So, and that's just more photos of the guitar, but you get the idea. Anyway, so classic soloist hum single layout, 24 fret. I love the bound dot necks. Most of the Jackson soloists are the shark fins, and they're cool and everything, but there's something about the bound dot 24 necks on these that I absolutely love. Let's see, you have EMG pickups on it, black Kaler. Other than that, pretty standard for the configuration of a Jackson soloist. Again, I have to emphasize, it's a pink sparkle. It may look red on your screen, but I'm trying to get it so that you can see it is pink. I love the heels on these. And I love Steve Vai. Huge Steve Vai fan. I have I also have one of his gems as well that he used during the Skyscraper tour, one of his main gems. But this is neat because it's early, you know, again around the early, you know, David Lee Roth days. In the late Alcatraz days. Tube Supio says Carvins and zebra pants. That's like the Alcatraz days. That's what I was saying, like over in the late Alcatraz days, just as he was hooking up with Roth or just before then. This is Dog Boner Pink, as you can clearly see. Made in the USA Jacksons. I mean, tell me in the chat, do you guys usually like the shark fin inlays? On these, I love the dots. They're not common, though. You know, the shark fins are common, and I love them on roads. But on soloists, if you can find bound dot necks, it's such a comfortable neck. And again, it wasn't really made to his specs, but obviously, I guess they made it to the same specs as the pink one before it, because they were made together. You know, and that is again how we got it. And I just love that. And of course, you know, sparkle, that's my thing. You look, it's got the small San Dimas route. This is a San Dimas guitar. It's an early San Dimas guitar. Let's see. 333 is the serial. And the other one, I think, was 334. if I remember right. It was just one serial number over. But the idea that they made these two pink guitars together and Steve loved them, I just love stuff like this. And again, I love Steve Vai, and I always try to, pick stuff that, I would play. It doesn't matter if an artist has it, and, if I don't like the way it plays, I'm not going to enjoy it. There's no sense in me spending the money on it. But this guy, I really liked. Got it from a private collector who also was a Steve Vai fan. And, it's always nice when you have a lot of documentation with it, and stuff like that. Let's see what else came with this one. Little history. Let's see, this guitar backstage at some venues. Used the guitar for about 2 years. So he had it for about 2 years based on this. Let's see. There's a lot of paperwork with it and stuff. Some correspondence. Anyway. Either way, so this is 80s Jackson soloist, Steve Vai's guitar, used in various places, Alcatraz, the Kaler Clinic tour. I'm not sure if he used it early on in the Roth days, but I believe he owned it during those days. Tube Supio says, love the dots. A lot of people in the chat loving the dots. And again, I really love that. As long as it plays well, it sure does. And you either love or hate EMGs. And I like EMGs. I'm more of a passive pickup person, but I like the EMG actives. And again, if it's something Steve Vai does, who's going to argue with that? The guy's not going to be wrong usually. So if you like this guitar, hit the like button, leave a thumbs up. Trying to think if there's anything else interesting I could tell you about it. That's pretty much the gist of it. What do you think, Johnny? You like it?
Yeah, I think it looks great.
Steve Vai only had a couple of Jacksons. The one with the eyes is in the Hard Rock Cafe. The yellow one is with a private collector friend of his. The pink one, the platinum pink one, had its headstock broken, and then the whole thing was refinished. Also in pink, but it was totally refinished, and that sold privately. I think that's it for his Jacksons. Just those four. And this being number 4.
Hey, Brad.
But again, it's always nice to have like old photos of him playing it, and documentation, stuff like that. When you can, it's a lot of fun. But I love the pink sparkle color. And again, I like unique things. Big Steve Vai fan, and when it's stuff that he orders or he hand picks, I mean, how do you not like it? So,
right.
Little piece of 80s metal history. Hope you all digging it. That is today's or this week's show and tell guitar of the week. Steve Vai's Pink Sparkle Jackson Soloist. There you go. Thumbnail.
Nice.
There we go.
You're so nice.
Yeah, I bet that's really like, you can't tell on the computer here, but I bet in person that's like really like pink and sparkly. And
look what it comes with. The Passion and Warfare insert slip.
Oh, wow.
I love Case Candy. I don't even remember half the stuff I have in when it comes to Case Candy. I just like, when I go show someone a guitar, and
dude,
cool.
You have a lot of cases, man.
I do have a lot of cases because I have a lot of guitars. Let's see. I don't know. I have a lot of cases with Case Candy in it. Very cool stuff. Love playing my guitars. There we go. Okay.
Nice.
Thank you.
Amazing. Leave a thumbs up. We're only at 95.
We're getting closer. Let's see. Ben Tom is asking, is Jeff Garlin from the Larry David show and the Goldbergs, is he a big guitar collector? I'm not sure. I've never spoken to him. Do you have some info that I do not? Because I'm not familiar with it.
I know he was at NAMM.
Was he?
The last actual one? Yeah. Yeah,
Really?
he was spotted in the Gibson room. Yeah.
I guess, so many people play that you don't suspect. It's like I remember one episode of Hollywood Treasure. We were, I'm not going to say his name, but a very, very well-known horror movie producer and producer of a very well-known horror TV show. And this was a guy I was, getting to be friends with as we, shot the episode. And he takes me into his office, and I see on the wall are all these guitar hangers. And I'm like, there's like 10 fucking guitars in here. I said, you play? He's like, yeah. Do you also? I said, I love guitars. And, we wound up meeting, maybe a month later at Norm's Rare Guitar and just like spending a few hours just like playing whatever they had. It's like, oh, let's play the pre-CBS 62 Strat. Cool. Bring that beige one over. How about that butterscotch one? Sure. Oh, let's play this Rhodes. Okay, come on. We were just playing stuff all around. And make no mistake, I go in Norm's. They're like, what do you want, man? Cuda, you got no money, but he goes in, they're like, oh, hey, this is someone who could like, just write a check. It's like, yeah, those 259 Les Pauls, what was that, 500,000? Cool. Yeah. And I'm just like, hey. Yeah, they're like, should we hand it to Mancuda? Well, yeah, expensive. So by association, yeah, they're looking. Let him play the Wangcaster. That's it. And that import Charvel. That's it.
Bring out the Squire in the back.
Jesus Rapes Me says, Mancuda gives Johnny gruff for getting free stuff when he pulls out guitar number 376 of 17,000 in his collection. Yeah, because we all like free stuff. We all like free stuff.
I never get new guitars. I can't buy guitars. So
Johnny's just putting it out there. Hey, listen, man. So if you're a guitar maker and you want us to try stuff on the show, send it to Johnny Beane, P.O. Box, blah blah blah. Yeah. No, we all get great stuff. Paulie and I are just playing, but we all get great stuff. All of us have gotten many cool gifts from fans, from sponsors, and we really appreciate it. We really appreciate anything that someone sends us, whether it be guitar parts or sauces or just cool swag. I mean, we all love unboxing shit. Because we have, and we've said it every freaking show, we have the best freaking audience in the world. My mother's like right now, well, if no one sent you Alfredo sauce, then it's not that good an audience, John. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to a little music news. We'll bang out a couple more things before we go. Let's see. If you were looking at those Funko Pops of Angus Young, Bret Michaels, and the new Lemmy, and you want to check those out, go to Rocky Mountain Collectibles in Colorado. Check out their website. I'm sure they have those. Let's see. Tesla, Brian Wheat, friend of the show, bass player of Tesla, put in his 2 cents. What was funny about that?
Yeah. Get Paul to give him a call.
Yeah, well. Ben Tom wants to know, John Mancuda and Johnny Beane, what is the coolest gift you ever received from a fan or a friend? Oh, I don't want to play favorites. I've gotten a lot of cool shit, and so has Johnny, and so has Paulie. I mean, gifts from fans are awesome because it's just, what's not to like when someone sends you something free? It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a guitar. It could be a bottle of hot sauce. It could be a guitar strap. It could be whatever it is. It's appreciated. It's something cool. It's a gift. So it's not even the item, it's the thoughts that go behind someone taking the time to say, we like what you guys do. You guys make us laugh. We enjoy the show. Here's something from me to you as a fan. That's a gift. So we're grateful that I don't have a favorite gift. I have a lot of favorite gifts. So I'm just putting it out there like that.
They're all awesome. And that's the fun is, we've done so many unboxings on this channel over the years. You know, everybody, Jay, everybody that's been on here, they've gotten something, and it's so much fun to open up a box that somebody sends and they get to see it. They get to see you open it, and
it's an act of appreciation that someone does for you. I mean, it's, like I said, it's not the value of it. It's not the value of it that makes it special. It's that someone cared enough to send you something cool. I mean, who doesn't like that? I mean, that's super, super awesome of anyone who sends us anything, t-shirts, whatever it is, anything's cool. We love it. Just make sure you mark it to Mancuda. Otherwise it goes right onto eBay. I never see it. Johnny grabs the box, rips off the label. Nope. I'm throwing that up on eBay. Paulie and I never see stuff. Never see it. Anyway,
I keep getting a lot of boxes of pink stuff.
Johnny has all this pink stuff on eBay. Johnny, when did you get a pink Les Paul? Shh, 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 shh. Don't say nothing. Anyway, Brian Wheat, bass player of Tesla, friend of the show, talking the other day how he really wanted Tesla to be that last slot on the stadium tour that Joan Jett filled. And when we were talking about the early days of the stadium tour, do you remember this, Johnny? We were saying who's going to be that last slot, who's going to fill in, because you had Def Leppard and Motley Crue headlining, you had Poison as your second act, and then you had a mystery slot that we were speculating. Stryper wanted it. I remember they were very public about it. Joan Jett wound up getting it, but I thought that Tesla or Cinderella would have been a real logical choice. Thank you, Sandra. Much love. We thought that Tesla would have been a real shoo-in for that last spot on the bill. And it turned out Joan Jett got it. And, Brian was speculating, I don't understand why we didn't get it. I guess because before the stadium tour, Tesla was the supporting act of Def Leppard for, their last big tour. And they, that was such a big tour. So he was basically speculating they just wanted a change, but hey, listen, I no disrespect to Joan Jett. I thought Tesla would have been probably one of the best filler acts for that last spot. I thought that, I've seen Tesla a million times live. They always bring it. They're terrific. And I think they fit in with that genre a little more than Joan Jett does, as much as I like Joan Jett, and she totally rocks, but so that was his thoughts there. Let's talk about, and this is real sensitive, so I'm just going to give my 2 cents on it. And, if you want to chime in on it, Johnny, feel free. This is a real tough one. This whole week, Marilyn Manson came out in a very public fight with Evan Rachel Wood, his girlfriend for a long time. And Marilyn Manson, whose real name is Brian Warner, basically was accused by her of him grooming her since she was a teenager to be to basically, to be the way he wanted. And when I say the way he wanted, she's basically accusing him of abuse, both physical and mental abuse. And these are the type of stories that can really kill someone's career in a lot of ways. Right out of the gate, other of his ex-girlfriends came on board and jumped in with her and said, you know what? He was very physically, he's very physically abusive with me too. And it wasn't just one or two, it was a bunch. It was a bunch of his girlfriends. And then his personal assistant went public and also said, you know what? I've witnessed this.
Man.
So it's basically like a big pile of accusers and witness to all very matching stories. And I bring this up because I know people, I'm not going to say their names in public, that have, gotten in fights with boyfriends or girlfriends, people publicly, that have said, my boyfriend or girlfriend did this, and they basically said it to trash him. But when so many people, when Rose McGowan, one of his other ex-girlfriends, said the same thing a few years ago, and his personal assistant, who was constantly with him, comes out publicly and said, I saw him with her like this as well, and with this one like this as well. And then two more ex-girlfriends say, this is my story, this is my story. And all the stories sink in, His label drops him. He has a new album. His label totally dropped him. He was set to do an acting gig on the show Creep Show, on the new show Creep Show. He already started an acting gig on the show American Gods. And like I said, I'm usually one of those people that I try to keep an open mind, because we've all gotten in fights with a boyfriend or girlfriend, and we've all said things in anger, and someone will spread a rumor or a lie or an accusation that aren't true. But here's the problem. When you have multiple people and the stories are matching, and you have a witness come forward that's on his side, usually, that says, look, I owe so much to Marilyn Manson. I owe my career, and he took me around the world, and I'm certainly grateful for this, but I can't stay silent. I've seen this and this and this. And Renus is right. This is the same stance I had with Ron Jeremy, who was a friend of mine for years. And again, I always want to give someone the benefit of the doubt until I hear, because look, you can have a bad date with a girl, and she could say, fuck him. You know what? He raped me. And rumors can start, and lies can be spread and whatever. But this is different. And again, make no mistake, everyone needs to be heard. Everyone that says they're a victim needs to be heard out. So if there is proof, let it come forward. But this is one of those situations where there are multiple people in the same situation, and you have a witness that, again, is normally someone on his side that had to, just out of conscience, say, I hate to come forward, but I can't let this go on. This is the kind of thing that went on with Bill Cosby and with Harvey Weinstein and, and others. It's like, again, you look at someone like Johnny Depp. Here's a he said, she said thing. He said she did this. She said he did that. Who do you believe? It's two people, whose word is true. It's hard to tell. But this isn't that situation. This is a situation where you have all the stories matching and multiple people coming forward. And I just got to say, I hate hearing things like this. I've enjoyed the guy's work. But the fact is, you cannot support anyone that is physically violent and, let that go through. You can't, and I see what's happening. The guy's career is crashing around, and that this is, basically what's happening. Proof is coming forward. Matching stories are coming forward. Multiple victims of it are coming forward. This isn't a case of he said, she said, one person and one person that just had a bad breakup. This is a situation where it's suddenly coming to light. And I hate to say it, but I think this is one of those situations that you kind of have to, you always have to listen to the victims. But this time, in my own 2 cents, I believe the victims. I do. And I think this is something that, has to be taken very seriously. And I think as this goes on, I think you're going to wind up hearing more and more people coming forward that were in relationships with them, and more matching stories. And, it's sad.
Mhm.
It's sad. My heart goes out to these girls. And, you always want to hope it's not true, but there's a point. There's just a point where you have to say there's too much facts. There's too much fact. This is likely a sad situation that actually happened. And, that's what's going on in the world of Marilyn Manson right now. I believe, I don't know where this will go. I don't know if, charges will be brought up or lawsuits will come or whatever. But right now, I think everyone is doing the right thing. And again, I'm not a person for cancel culture if someone says something or whatever. This is a different situation. You're talking physical violence against, numbers of his ex-girlfriends with witnesses. This is one of those situations that, stories have to be heard and stories have to be told. And, you really got to take it seriously. So I hate to report on stories like this, but it is a very, very big story going on. And I want everyone to be updated so they know exactly what steps have been taken and what's been going on over the last week. So that's just my 2 cents. Johnny, what are your thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
It's
Oh.
Yep. No, it's terrible. It's yeah. No, it's awful. It's awful. And what can you say?
And I just have to comment on Mr. Hellstorm 74. In Manson's mind, there's a fine line between kink and abuse. I'm all for, you want to do what you do with 2 consenting adults. But when you have someone that starts as a teenager and he's grooming her into being someone brainwashed and accepting abuse as this is okay, it's not. It's just not. And
Mm-hmm. He was double her age.
Oh yeah. I mean,
right? He was almost, she was 19. She was 19, he was 38.
I mean, look, once someone's an adult, I don't care what they do. You want to be 18 and date someone 45. That's fine. Whatever your maturity level is. Look, I have the maturity of a 12-year-old. I won't date someone that's 12 years old. But once you're 18 and you're an adult, especially in the entertainment business, because you see things and you travel more and you're more experienced at business and in life and all sorts of things. But there's a difference between dating someone and grooming someone to kind of brainwash them to accept that abuse is okay. And that you're worthless and you're shit. And, you live in a world that I created and blah, 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 blah. It's different. That's a form of brainwashing and grooming. And that's just not right. And physical abuse, I mean, that's just a given that you just don't hit women. You just don't do it. You don't do it. You want to have your own kinky 2 consenting adults and whatever. That's great. Whole different story. This is different. This is a guy who obviously was very abusive in a lot of ways to a lot of these women. And now they're all coming forward. They're all coming forward and they're telling their stories, and these stories have to be heard like any other story. And, when they're all matching, something's up,
Mm-hmm.
That's all you got, Joe?
Yeah. No, it's horrible. it's horrible. I mean, it's tune in, next week. We'll have more on the development.
As this story grows, we'll if more happens, we'll talk about it more. No, but that's just my 2 cents. And KXM Rock said it. The assistant nailed the case. Yeah, look, when it's Marilyn's personal assistant, his friend, who just basically says, "Look, I can't stay quiet anymore about this." That speaks volumes. That says a lot, So anyway, that's what's going on with Marilyn Manson. And other than that, kids, look, Super Bowl coming up this weekend. Have fun with that. I know I've got chicken wings on order. Blue Rhino and I are going to be watching the Super Bowl. And we're going to have one hell of a good weekend. Right?
Sounds awesome.
What are you doing for Super Bowl, Johnny?
I'll be doing whatever I usually do because I don't watch it.
You won't be watching the Super Bowl?
No. Nah, not my thing.
Not even for the commercials?
Nope.
A lot of the bigger sponsors, by the way, have bowed out their time on commercials from promoting their product because they want to talk about COVID safety. Coke, Pepsi, and Budweiser regular will not be airing commercials about their product. They'll be talking about COVID safety. Important stuff. But Bud Light, I'm sure, will still have a commercial, and hopefully Doritos, M&Ms, maybe. We'll see.
Maybe Corona will sponsor, the beer.
Yeah, and that girl who gave the inauguration speech, I forgot her name. She's doing a poem before the show, before the game. That should be fun. And the halftime show should. Who is doing the halftime show this year?
I guess I will be.
There you go.
I'll be doing it over on my OnlyFans. It looks like
Johnny will be doing the Johnny Beane topless tug my titty halftime show. I'll probably switch over to the Puppy Bowl. I like the Puppy Bowl.
Oh yeah,
Puppy Bowl is fun.
Yeah.
What do you got? How many of you guys in the audience are going to watch the Super Bowl? I don't care if it's for the game or the commercials or both. How many of you are physically setting aside to watch the game? I never miss it. I never miss it.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen a Super Bowl.
No, but I have watched the Puppy Bowl several times.
No, Puppy Bowl is great. If you don't like the halftime show, you just switch to the Puppy Bowl. It's basically a little plastic football field with puppies running around in it. What's not to like? Holy hell.
I'd rather watch that anytime. And look, everybody's saying no.
Well, hold on. They're pouring in right now. Let's see. Oh, no. Mr. Hellstorm 74 is going to be watching it. Robot Master Switch will watch it on replay. He says there's only 15 minutes of actual football. Yeah, but it's the commercials too. It's the whole experience. You got to you set up your whatever you're going to eat. You got to eat certain food. You have to have, wings, Doritos. I'm going to have some brisket and, M&Ms, certain foods I like during the Super Bowl. Chicken wing is my thing. If you have a girl, whether wife, girlfriend, or whatever, put them in a cute little, little Super Bowl jersey or something. There's nothing sexier to me than a girl in a football jersey. I love that. Ex-girlfriend come over in a football jersey, I'd melt. Let's see. Robot Master Switch. Yeah, it's the whole experience. You're watching the commercial, you're watching the game. The game's fun. Should be a cool game. And the food. Chinese food. Yeah. A lot of people are doing it. Bong rips during the Super Bowl. whatever you got to do to get through it. But that's a lot of fun.
No, I know a lot of people are into it. I've never been into sports. I've never watched football at all anyway.
I'm not a big sports guy. My only sport that I usually or once in a while will like is, I'm from New York, so I like baseball. But like Super Bowl, I don't watch the regular season. I know a lot of you guys do. I just watch the Super Bowl. I want to see that one final game, And it's just one game. You could set aside a couple of hours for one game just so you could see, enjoy your chicken wings and your beer or whatever you're drinking, hard lemonade or whatever. See the fun commercials and whatever show they have. Not that the halftime shows are anything really special, but it's just a fun event. And usually when there's not a pandemic, usually you do it with a group of friends. You do it at a friend's house or a bar. You get together with a bunch of the guys and, it's just fun, but this year, obviously it's just gonna be me and Blue Rhino. Usually I would do it myself and Blue Rhino and my ex-girlfriend, but since that ended and it's just me and Blue Rhino, we'll be COVID safe. But chicken wings is like a staple. I won't do it without chicken wings. Alfredo sauce? No, ma, blue cheese. Blue cheese. Put in blue cheese.
Yeah. Order some Colonel's popcorn for the Super Bowl.
For the Super Bowl, great.
Where is it? And Susan, good to see you. I'm sorry to hear about your friend.
Oh, welcome, Susan.
Hope they're okay.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry to hear that. Colonel's popcorn, great for the game. And make sure you have Bang energy drink for the game so you can cheer in style. Delicious Bang energy drink. Who wouldn't love that for the game with your Colonel's popcorn and your chicken wings? I have plenty of it. There you go.
Brad. That's Wolfgang's special made in Mexico right there. Thank you,
Mexico.
Thank you to David Ennis. That was a gift from a fan.
There you go.
You're talking about gifts from fans. That was a gift.
Paulie and I did not get guitars from David Ennis. Not that we know of.
I got a nice pink guitar that he sent me.
That's what he said.
And then he
the
sent
note got lost. The note got lost inside.
And then he sent me a really nice Ernie Ball Music Man in a rare color. And I'm like, thank you.
3 guitars. That's great. All for Tuesday's show. Thank you. That's great. Nice.
Susan broke both arms and a leg. Oh my gosh.
Susan, I thought I already brought down the show talking about Marilyn Manson. How depressing do you want to make it? Should I call up my mother and see what new depression she has today? Oh, John, it's terrible. The snow's over the roof now. I'm gonna have to climb out the chimney and get a snow sled just to get food. I'm out of food. There's no heat in the house. Heaven knows the lights are out. I have a candle. What happens when that candle runs down? And God forbid the house burns down. God forbid I'm trapped in here. What am I gonna do? I can't get past all the snow. It's terrible. The washing machine's not working right, and terrible. Yeah, my mom's gonna hitch up a dog sled to get to the pharmacy. I gotta get my pals. There you go.
Wow.
And Nightbot's got the new link to the new Gizmachi, Broken Ends. So check that out if you haven't already. It's really good. It's really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah, leave that video some thumbs ups. We only need 2 more. 2 more thumbs.
Right up your keister, Mancuda. Right up there.
We just need 2 more. And we've got some exciting stuff coming up.
What do we got coming up, Johnny? What do we got?
This Friday, talking Van Halen
with you and Jay Hannon.
With me and Jay Hannon.
Of the great band Gizmachi. That Jay Hannon?
Of Gizmachi.
Uh-huh.
That's right. And then Saturday is Saturday Night Live with
John BL.
With your host, John BL. And who was here for last Saturday? Who was here for the surprise phone call that we got?
Was it from my mother?
No. Something we probably should have talked about. Although we still can.
Still can. We're still here,
We
John.
still can. Okay. Yeah, we got a surprise phone call from Michael Anthony's longtime bass technician, Kevin Dugan.
Oh, that's cool.
He was watching us. Yeah,
That
he was
on
watching
Saturday?
on Saturday night. He was watching us, and he was telling us that for some reason they're finding all these photos of Michael Anthony's Jack Daniels bass, and they're all photoshopped, and they're
Wow.
wondering like who's doing it. Yeah,
That's weird.
yeah. They're saying he was saying that the top of the headstock it says Jackson, and he's like they're not Jackson guitars. For some reason, they say Jackson on them. Photos dating all the way back to 1984.
What were those? BC Rich, Charvel?
One was a Yamaha, and they were custom. They were custom
I
made.
know the blood splatter was a Charvel. What was the Jack Daniels?
They were custom built.
I know. I know Demo painted them.
I think the later one was a Yamaha. He was saying. But yeah, check out last Saturday's show. There'll be a card right above there on playback. It was tuned. If you want to scroll in the video, scroll to about the 2.5 hour mark in the video. And it was Kevin Dugan. Here's a picture of us from NAMM several years ago.
Wow.
But yeah, he was saying he wants to come on with us. He wants to jump on a show.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll be. I'm gonna work with him this week and get him.
Put him on Friday. You talking Van Halen?
I got to get him set up. If you guys scroll back and listen to the video from Saturday, we were trying to get him on. We were trying. But I'm gonna work with him sometime this week, and if not this weekend, a future. Either a Friday or a Saturday or both or whatever, he'll be joining us.
Very.
And again, that's Kevin Dugan, longtime bass technician for Michael Anthony.
There you go.
So
these were all at NAMM, right?
yeah, these are NAMM pictures. And Kevin was saying that he might, who knows, he might be able to get this dude to come on at some point.
Always a good time. Well,
So-
Paulie talked with Michael on his show on his
recently.
his radio show recently.
Yeah.
Couple minutes interview. That was cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So
Robot Master Switch. I come on various times. I mean, obviously Tuesday's my night. But yeah, I mean, I pop on here and there. It depends what it is. Usually more for like special occasions like Christmas or Hollywood, or if someone wants to to be filled in or something, always happy to fill in.
New Year's Eve.
Yeah, special occasions. I like to host the big holidays, Valentine's Day,
Christmas.
Fistmas, which could also be Valentine's Day.
Halloween. The Halloween one was a big
I'll tell you, my ex-girlfriend last Valentine's Day got me the coolest fucking heart of it was of jerky. It's like you get the chocolate hearts. It's a big heart box. It's right over there actually. That's it right there. I saved the box because I thought it was that cool a gift. Right there, that's on my shelf, on my bookshelf. That heart. Usually it's filled with chocolate. Make no mistake. For myself and Blue Rhino, I'm going to get a Valentine's Day box of chocolate. Absolutely. Because I love that shit. Russell Stover or whatever. I love that stuff. But my ex brought over this, she brought over a chocolate heart and she's like, open that one, second. I said, okay. First one was full of chocolate. Second one was all sorts of exotic flavors of jerky. Like beef jerky, like this one's smoked teriyaki, this one's hot chicken, this one's jerk beef, giggity. I mean, it was just a really cool thing for a guy to get a heart filled with meat, and it says on the inside, you lift up the top, it says it's meat with an exclamation point. I was like, all right, who doesn't love that? That's such a cool freaking gift for a guy. This year no one loves me. So I got to go hit the drugstore on my own and pick out my own box. But with that said,
Yeah.
I think it's very cool. I love that. I mean, have you ever got anything like cool like that, unique for like Valentine's Day?
For myself, yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. I'll swing by the CVS to get the chocolate, on sale like the next day.
Oh, you don't even do it on Valentine's Day?
No.
The day after. All right.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, it's that guy from Halloween. The guy with the driving hat. He was here on Halloween. No, he was here the day after Halloween. Oh, yeah. He bought all that the day after Halloween.
That's the best time to go. You guys hit up CVS or your local drugstore the day after whatever holiday it is. Everything is,
and then you're fighting with them.
off.
Then you're fighting because the girls that didn't get anything, they're all grabbing up boxes of chocolate. They're all grabbing up boxes. You're wrestling with them. Like, look at that box. Look at that box. There you go. Destroy the whole place. Wreck the malls. Yeah. No, I love Valentine's Day. I love all holidays. But Valentine's Day, I don't know. I'm gonna get some chocolate for sure. Absolutely. So I'll be definitely doing that. Susan Sylvester wants to know, am I Italian? I have Italians in my family, but I'm Jewish. If you're from New York, it's all Jews and Italians. And they all came on the boat together. They all moved into Bronx and Brooklyn together. And they all intermarried together. So you'll see, like, part of my father's side of the family is Italian, but I have no Italian blood. But, my two best friends are Italian. And, one of them is close, literally like a brother to me. And literally, you just intermingle into their family. So it's like we all value that certain thing together between, your mom nags you, but overfeeds you. You like, your ethnic foods. Your neighborhood's close. Everybody knows everybody. And you're all intermingling and intermarrying. So that's the thing about Jews and Italians, at least in my family. Speaking for my family and my closest friends. So, when did I move to California? I moved to California in 2007, I think it was. But I also go back to New York a lot. I haven't gone back in a little while because of COVID. And my precious mother and father, they have no immune system, so I can't endanger them like that. So I have to stay away from them. But as far as that goes, I usually go back to New York a lot, and go spend time with my family and friends. There you go. There you are, Johnny.
Wow.
Yeah.
Any last minute texts? Anybody want to send us a text real quick? Like a picture watching us? Like who's this?
Or any last minute open mics? You got a couple minutes. Any open mic questions you want to ask?
Like from some Dave dude?
Santa Cruz, yes. I was born and raised in New York. No accent. And by the way, New York food, mostly Jewish and Italian. Pizza, bagels, deli, that's great stuff. Robot Master Switch says, I've dated Jewish girls. The ones that cook are freaking amazeballs. Take good care of you, but you get fat. Freaking blueberry blintzes. Yeah, dude, New York soul food. New York soul food to me, man. I'm a total foodie. I'm always, when I go home, it's like, what am I eating? Pizza constantly. Bagels and deli constantly. And New York also has amazing Chinese food. So really, really terrific. And, I'm biased, obviously, but I'll stand up for that. New York food, terrific.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, no, really. I know in my family, it's like, one of my aunts will make a lasagna and the other will make chicken noodle soup. And, suddenly your family's a pizza bagel.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hey, Brian Spalding. Thank you.
Brian.
And yes, Kurt S5150 is correct. New York pizza is the best. It's all about the water in the dough. And if you're out in LA, go to Village Pizzeria in Larchmont because the owner's from New York and he uses New York water. It's fucking fantastic. That's the only pizza I'll eat out here, by the way, in LA. What do we got there, Johnny?
Somebody watching us, and they have a similar background to yours. Very similar.
See, it's just like that girl thought that Nikki Sixx was with her, because he took a photo of Nikki Sixx. He says, "Hey, it's me, Nikki." Click. That's it. Hang up. Who's that handsome devil? Yeah, Susan Silvestri, holiday dinners in New York. This is the beauty of it. I go over my friend's family, and this is the thing. Italians welcome you in like family when you're close. So, going over there for Christmas is a surreal good experience. I've always spent Christmas with extended family, we'll call it, who I love dearly.
Mark Blankenship. 103 thumbs. We
Nice.
did it.
Thank you, everybody. Even through 3.5 hours of disappointment, we really appreciate that you still stuck with us and that you still gave us thumbs up. We really do appreciate it because we love and appreciate and treasure fans of the show. We really do. So why is that funny to you?
No, the hidden comment.
Oh, which one?
The one you just approved.
Oh, the one. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I should probably look at those a little more before I approve them. That's all right. It's all fun. Maybe next Christmas. You never know, Renus. There you go. Yeah, there's something about, like I said, growing up in New York, Jews and Italians, we just bond really, really well. We really do. So
Awesome.
yeah. What
Awesome.
else? You got anything else? Let's see. Santa Cruz is Jay, also from New York. No, Jay's what? South Carolina?
He's from New York. He's from New York or he's from Chicago. He's from either one of those, but now he's in South Carolina.
I didn't know Jay lived in New York at one
right,
point.
Jay? Jay, are you here?
Jay, if you're here, did you live in New York at one point? I did not know that.
Let's see.
No wonder I like those Hannons so much.
I was going to raid Don and Mitch, but they stopped an hour ago.
Oh, I did not know this. Gizmachi started in New York. I did not know this.
Yeah.
A lot of good bands started in New York. New York had its own scene in the 80s and 90s. And, again, very parallel to what LA had, and, New York bands. I mean, we had, New York, New Jersey, Bon Jovi and Skid Row and Twisted Sister and Danger Danger. And we had a lot of good bands come out of the tri-state area.
I have not met Jay in person yet.
You've never met Jay in person?
No, we were planning on meeting at this last NAMM that didn't happen. But eventually, let me just say, I will meet Jay before I meet Nesdal.
And you've never met Dave either?
No.
No? Okay.
Never will.
Well, let's see. You
that's how we met you.
Yeah. No, I started as a guest when Nesdal was regular on Tuesdays. And now the show is an utter failure. Yeah. Nice. Well, Susan Silvestri, Skid Row, and Cinderella were all, friends with Bon Jovi early on. A lot of guys, Aldo Nova, those guys all knew each other. Through New York.
That's how Skid Row made it was I think thanks to John Bon Jovi.
Well, John Bon Jovi was friends with Dave Snake Sabo.
Who has a new guitar?
Yeah, well, it's a
Kramer.
replica of his Kramer guitar. They made we saw it at NAMM last year, but I guess they're first arriving in people's hands now because the thing about it is, since COVID, I mean, Johnny and I saw these guitars, these replicas of his green Snake Kramer Beretta at NAMM last year. I thought it was very cool. And, look, the next thing you know, COVID hits, the world stops, production slows down. And, it takes a while to get that stuff produced. And, it's now first getting into people's hands from my understanding. Someone said, I've been waiting almost a year for it. Okay, that's cool. COVID slows everything down, I'm afraid. And thank you, Robot Master Switch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Renus. Renus in the chat. It's going to be a rough Super Bowl without Viagra, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, is Colonel's going to do one of those Johnny Bean Show tribute tins like we saw in the intro with everyone's face on it?
That would be amazing.
They should. Look at that. That has everybody's face on it. All 7 cast members of the show, combining all the nights together because some of us do different nights. Look at that. That would be a great Colonel's commemorative tin. I would buy a few of those. Get one for Mama Mancuda. She likes popcorn. Well, only certain ones. Yeah, Ma, no, you'll like it. You like it. Just trust me. Well, only certain ones, though. I mean, yeah, Mama like Colonels. Who doesn't like Colonels? Yeah,
Colonels is amazing.
Colonels is great. No, one of the girls that won one of the Halloween contests, the popcorn was Colonels. She said the package arrived. I opened it up. My kids saw it and ran to the TV with it. She says I could barely get my hands in the tin. They were all fighting over it. It was so good.
That reminds me.
Fighting?
That reminds me.
Fighting with girls? What's the matter?
Where's the picture? Our Halloween show that we did.
Yeah.
This is something I just saw because he had messaged me. Thank you again for the FU tone tremolo. Charles Green. Do you remember seeing his entry for the Halloween show?
I mean, I saw so many.
Oh man, where is it?
I know Charles Green was one of the prize sponsors. Very generous there.
I showed it the other night. How? Oh, I'll go to his message.
Thank you, Craven Soda. So, Johnny, you've only who out of the show cast, out of the 7 of us, have you met? You and I have hung out. You said you never met Nesdal when he was on the show. You never met Paulie. You never met Jay, which surprises me.
No.
Have you met John Biel?
No.
Captain, you met? He was at NAMM.
He drove me around. He picked me up from the airport. He was my chauffeur. Drove me around everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, Captain was at NAMM. And then Caleb, of course. Caleb was at NAMM too.
Caleb and I, we've hung out at least a couple NAMMs.
Renus wants to know, do you think EVH will make a patch for modeler amps? What sort of patch?
Like Van Halen tones.
For like something you could put into like a PV Viper or something?
Yeah, something like a patch, like something you can put into
Like a programmable.
like yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you have to remember something about EVH right now. I mean, it's basically, Wolfgang taking those decisions. And I don't think that's like a priority concern for him right now. And I think, he's busy. I mean, obviously mourning his dad, his band is blowing up. I'm sure people are, head and shoulders ready for another guitar or another amp or things like that. I mean, it's a great idea. I think they should. I think it would do very well, but I don't know if he'll get to stuff like that so fast. I mean, he has so many other priorities right now, Susan wants to know, where do I live now? Hollywood, California. And again, I go back to New York a lot, just, not right now with COVID. But thank you for the question. Santa Cruz wants to know, do I make it up to San Francisco much? I don't. I was up there to film an episode of Hollywood Treasure, which was a TV show I was on Sci-Fi Network for a couple of seasons. But other than that trip, I don't think I've been to San Francisco otherwise. Let's see.
So hey, this is Charles Green. I don't know if we saw this. I don't know if we saw this, but
let's say. I don't remember seeing that. Oh, wait, did we?
I don't know.
I don't remember seeing that.
I don't either.
I don't remember seeing that. Where was it?
It was in a message. It was like in a message to me. But
so
I get like 100 messages a day.
But during Halloween, we were looking for like costume entries. So you got that one and we didn't see it?
I think so.
Well, that's our first entry for next year. Well done in getting in an early entry, Charles Green. Brian Spalding, I'd love to meet you at NAMM, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the nice words. NAMM for me, and again, here's the thing. I go to NAMM every year, and this is where, I hang out with a lot of friends. It's a social event. I drive down there. It's about an hour drive for me from Hollywood. I love NAMM as a social event. I don't know if we're going to see NAMM in its original form for some time again. And when I say in its original form, I mean like, as a convention. NAMM is like, 200,000 people packed into an arena kind of, convention center. And it's like, you're all on top of each other. And already you get sick. I mean, you already get anthrax. Johnny and I were sick as dogs last year, So I think the idea that now that COVID is like going to be a part of our lives, even if you get back to some sense of normalcy, I don't know if we're going to see something like that again. And if we do, I think it'll be a little while, like Kurt said. Rena says it won't happen. Kurt 5150 says in-person conventions won't happen till after 2022. I agree with either one. I think maybe we'll get back to them, but it'll be a while if we do. And if we do, believe me, I'm the first person who loves to hang out with people and take photos and talk guitars and go to dinner and bring people to dinner with us. We have, a big group table at Mari's Italian restaurant down there in Anaheim. And they're terrific food and they take care of us. So like, it's like, hey, want to join us? I mean, last year we had, 20 something people at the table and, and a who's who of everyone from like, musicians and guitar builders and, people on the show and fans of the show. And, it's different every night, but it's always just a big freaking table for us, and it's great. Look, I'd love to meet like 99.999% of our audience because there's one of you out there. No, but no, I really do. That's the guy. No, no, look, I mean, Johnny will vouch for that. I'm the most social person out there. I love just shooting the shit with everyone. and hanging out and trying out guitars and, hey, let's go look in this room. Hey, let's go over here. Let's meet here for lunch and, let's people watch. Let's have fun. NAMM is a fun weekly event for me. It's like Comic-Con, but, again, for guitars. I just don't know when we'll get to it. But when we do, believe me, I'd love to hang out with everybody. Anyone who wants to hang out, just walk up to me and say, "Man, Kuda!" Yeah, and then we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love hanging with everyone.
Yep, same here. That's the coolest part of it is meeting everybody and having hanging out and
people come from all over the world just to hang out and chill and just have a nice dinner or lunch or it's just cool. It's fun. I hope we get back to that soon. Or at some point soon enough. Susan wants to know, can she get into NAMM? And I don't know what the restrictions will be when and if NAMM comes back down the line, but I know as it is right now, it's very strict, invite only. You have to kind of know someone. You're supposed to be a dealer or a rock star or a sponsor or something like that. So, it depends who you know. I mean, Johnny and I know bunches of people that, sponsor the show and, friends of friends and musicians. And, there's usually a way for us,
It's all about who you know.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Or, I mean, if you're in the business,
yeah, which is
I know,
supposed to be.
I mean, we're, like it or not, John and I, we are in the music business.
I mean, entertainment business, whatever way you look at it.
Why am I laughing? I don't know. I'm laughing about that.
No, we know a lot of people. We know a lot of people where this show is a venue for a lot of people to learn about stuff, be it guitars we take photos of or try out at NAMM or whatever. We are, in that field.
Yeah, and that's why people send me stuff. People send me stuff to demo, to review, to I've got all kinds of stuff here.
Same here.
And
straps, pickups, accessories, guitars, whatever it is.
Yeah,
a lot of that stuff comes from our sponsors. I mean, look, Craig Vina made me these pickups custom, man, Kuda custom. These are to my specs. These are awesome, but again, understand, Craig being a sponsor of the show, we get the word out that he makes amazing pickups. Mike Gaub's Headbanger, I mean, whoever it is, people send us stuff because we talk about it. We show it off on the show. We, as long as it's not garbage, if it's garbage, then, thank you, but we can't really brag about it on the show. If you send us a guitar strap and the guitar falls off, it's like, we probably shouldn't talk about that one on the show, but,
no, but we'll still take a sample.
We will take samples. We always take samples. Yeah, and look, Johnny and I go down in the basement and we get orange slices at NAMM. They give us orange slices and individually wrapped sucking candies.
Oh, I was going to show this off at some point. I totally forgot. I found this in my little toolbox.
What is that?
So it's a wrench. I've got a wrench.
It's a little wrench.
I've got a wrench.
There you go. Johnny's ready to rip apart his engine and rebuild it.
Like Nightbot. We have a wrench.
KXM Rock says I should rent a booth at NAMM and show some guitars off. I mean, I bring them on here and show them off. I like to share with the audience. It's like there's no reason to go to NAMM and set up a booth and take away from people selling, what they're there for. I mean, I'm happy to share my collection with everyone that enjoys it. That's part of the fun of owning it. People always ask me, they're like, what's more important to you? How many guitars you have, or having just a couple to play better. And I always say it's the friendships I make along the way in this hobby. That's the most important thing to me. Being friends with Johnny and Paulie and Jay and all the others, that's what's important to me. Talking to fans of the show and friends. That's what's fun, And yeah, I love sharing my collection, What was the first thing I said to you, Johnny, when you came over the house? What do you want to see? What do you want to play? Nothing's off limits. What do you
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's part of the fun is sharing,
I got to see that awesome guitar, man. The
saw
Van Halen.
A few of them.
The Van Halen one that he wrote on. That was the one.
That's cool. That one's cool. Hand drawn doodles by Eddie.
Yeah.
Ben Tom wants to know, are the orange slices and candy after they fondle you? See, the orange slices and candy are in the basement section of NAMM. Because what happens is, there's a lot of floors to NAMM. There's, I think, was it four floors in a basement or 3 floors in a basement?
I think it's 3 floors in a basement.
And a basement.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have on the top floor, you have, a couple of main brands like, Gibson and Schecter, and then
the big ones, Fender, Gibson, PV, the main ones,
Jackson, and then you get to the main floor, and it's pretty much everybody. And, everyone else, including Ibanez and, other cool brands, you have DiMarzio and Duncan and ESP and, stuff like that. But then, ESP is upstairs, but then you get to the basement and you're like, well, I got to make the rounds. I got to see what's down there. And there's a couple of, there's like, Swiss Picks sets up in the basement usually. Sully Guitars sets up in the basement.
A lot of guitar pick companies are down in the basement.
Set up in the basement, sure. But Swiss Picks is the only one that matters. But so there are some good stuff in the basement, But then you get to a section of the basement where it's just so much like knockoff stuff, and a lot of imported knockoffs from Asia, and in Asian culture, it's good. Those aren't Swiss Picks, John.
But they were free.
All that matters. So sponsor us. There you go. These are what you could get in the basement. These are good. Okay. So
do you want to see my pick endorsement? These are the free picks that I get.
Oh, those are delicious. The bread pick. Those bread picks are fantastic.
The bread picks. No, I am endorsed actually by In-Tune Guitar Picks. I'm actually been endorsed by for many, many years.
There you go. But the show is sponsored by Swiss Picks. And we love Swiss Picks. And I exclusively use Swiss Picks. But anyway, with that said, there's a section of the basement that, it's all the Asian imports of a lot of the cheaper knockoff stuff. And, in the Asian culture, it's good luck to put out orange slices. And, and they also put out like individually wrapped candies, like going to grandma's house. You go to grandma's, there's a crystal candy dish. Oh, look over there. Why don't you grab one of the ones there's an apricot, there's a pineapple flavor, this one's sour cherry, and here, a Werther's Original Butterscotch. They have that stuff, but they always lay out plates of oranges. Now, you think, okay, in Asian culture, it's good luck and that's wonderful. The problem is, this is NAMM. Everyone's touching the same thing. Everyone's sneezing, then playing the guitar and passing it to the next guy who just picked his nose and he's playing a guitar. And that guy just came from the bathroom, didn't wash his hands, and he's playing the same guitar. And all these guys, we all played the same guitar. And now we're going down to see, hey, you want an orange slice? Hey, you want an orange slice? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's like, hey, wait a second. All those hands all just touched that orange slice that this guy's putting out for good luck, and you're putting it in your body. The next thing you know, we all have the flu, or what is called affectionately NAMthrax. And Johnny and I had it. It hit us like hurricanes. Johnny barely was able to drive home. I was like bedridden for 3 weeks. I still did the show. Watch the shows last January, right after NAMM. Watch the NAMM and right after NAMM shows.
I'm soldiering on to do the show on Tuesdays, and then as soon as the camera is clear, I'm dropping dead in bed. That's it. Give me some chicken soup, some juice, and Aspen, and I'm done. You know?
Yeah, we were sick.
Yeah,
we were
sick. We're all touching the same guitar. Some kid's licking the neck. Someone else is blowing his nose on the neck. We're all passing it around. Yeah, someone just jerked off and he's sliding around the neck. Someone uses the neck to floss his anus. Believe me, everybody touches all the same guitars. Of course, we're all getting sick. So, you know, Johnny and I got terrible anthrax flu. And, you know, you can only imagine if that's how it was before COVID. This is why we probably won't see NAMM post-COVID world, you know? And if we do, it's got to be really different. I think it'll be toned down, much less people. I don't even know if it'll come back like that. I don't know. But
I hate to say it. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Here's the reason John was sick. I just found it.
oh no.
Here's exactly the reason John. Oh, come on. Okay, 59.
69, actually. It's
Here
called.
we go. There's a reason John was sick. Watch this.
Oh, there you go. That was great.
Bubble gum on the guitar,
And then right back in my mouth.
back in his mouth. Yeah.
And this is a guitar. This is the prototype of the Frankie that everybody and their mother was touching.
That was the #1 guitar at NAMM this last year.
Yeah, everyone. It was like
John's frozen.
Stump.
There you are.
Yeah, it's like
that was the #1 guitar. You guys all know it.
Yeah, it's like Evening at the Apollo where you have to touch the stump to walk in. Everyone that attended NAMM touched that guitar. And there I am putting my chewing gum on it and putting it back in my mouth for luck. There you go. Yeah, that's why I got sick. And then Johnny and I made out, and that's why Johnny got sick. Yeah, no, I mean, no, seriously. I mean, it's like germ central. There's no way to even avoid it. You know, you're all there doing the same thing.
There's the pink guitar right there.
Yeah, how often do you see Johnny with a pink guitar? That's my signature color. Go figure.
Wow.
Nice.
Susan, the guitar next to your name, that means you're a channel member.
Nice.
And we thank you.
Yeah, and that
thank
means
you so much.
You have emojis. You have all sorts of emojis to play with. You get a lot of perks as a channel member.
Yeah. Yeah, and I owe you guys a video.
You owe them a refund after this episode.
Yeah.
Nah, just kidding.
Jeff, that's the Fender,
the Fender Strat model, the heavy metal Strat, HM Strat.
Yeah, or the Strat.
Yeah, it's called. I mean, it's officially the HM Strat. It's a reissue of the 80's HM Strat that Fender put out, which was their attempt to do a super Strat, and they brought it back because it's the signature guitar of Ethan Broche, who endorses that, and that's why they brought it back. There you go.
There's pink ones, blue ones, yellow ones.
Yeah, they make a pink, a light blue, a yellow. One other color. Let's see. Was it
maybe
black or white?
Maybe a white one too.
Robot Master Switch says, am I pumped that the 80's look for guitars is so hot right now? I mean, I always love the fun look and appeal of bright, flashy, in your face, colorful, sparkly, neon graphics 80's guitars. That's my scene. That's my music. That's my my go-to in what I play, in what I collect, in the music I enjoy. That's my go-to style. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's cool, especially in a case where, I go to NAMM and the NAMM Charvel display has things I want to buy. Yeah, absolutely.
you know, to see like sparkles and neon and, you know, custom stuff. I love that stuff, you know, but again, I usually, I'll buy like a NAMM display guitar, you know, something master built or something more than something production. But mostly what I like is I like the, you know, the original, you know, 80s guitars themselves, the original ones that people are trying to copy right now. But look, a lot of shops are making great stuff right now. Charvel's custom shop, awesome. ESP's custom shop, awesome. And seeing like, you know, Kirk Hammett with sparkly purple Ouija board, I love that shit. So yeah, I mean, I'm always happy to see that, you know, people are having fun with guitars again, you know, because I always have fun with them. You know, I don't enjoy walking into a Guitar Center and just seeing a wall of Sunburst Epiphone Les Pauls. And I'm just like, well, that's boring. Oh, wait, there's, you know, a pink sparkly Jackson. That catches my eye. That's going to be fun to play, you know? So yeah, I'm all about it. Yeah, the limited release Voyager from Kramer. Look, I'm glad that Kramer is back in the game. Even though they're not made in the USA, they're still made in Indonesia, where they're making the Gibson Epiphone models of the Les Pauls. So, you know, that's a pretty quality shop. I love the new Night Swan with the R2 nut, because the original had an R1, which was very, very thin and really, really, you know, I guess Vivian Campbell just has small fingers. But I mean, I think, you know, all the Kramers, seeing them back with graphics, you know, BC Rich is coming out with some cool stuff over the next year. You know, they're going to bring back some old spec gunslingers. I can't wait to try one, you know. See, Ben Tom wants to know, if you had to use all your guitars to make a boat to survive a disaster, what color would the boat mostly be? Wow, that's a great question. I mean, only are you sure, Ben Tom? Are you sure you're not my mother? Because only my mother would say, "Well, what if all this snow melted and it was suddenly 10 feet of water everywhere, and like half the country flooded? Then what? Then would you put all your guitars together and make a boat? And if so, what color would that boat be?" Yeah. That's like a mom question. My mom's thinking right now because she's watching the show. She's watching. Good. That's a good question, Ben Tom. And make sure you have a backpack full of Alfredo sauce so he eats something. He's got to eat something healthy. Alfredo's delicious. I would say I have the least color I have in my collection is definitely black. I would say probably the most color I have in my collection is probably pink, because that is pink and purple, like my two favorite colors. And I have a lot of other colors. I mean, I love neon green, and but probably if you're asking me to choose one color, it would mostly be, I would say pink. Now, make no mistake, I'm sure that boat would sink like a shit in the toilet. You know, it wouldn't do anything for me, and there would be my mother on the roof. I told you it wouldn't float, John. You should have listened to me. You know, so. Ben Tom wants to do my mom. Oh, meet my mom. I thought you said do my mom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, my mom. That would be fun, having a booth with my mom signing autographs, because everyone always wants to meet my mom. John, could you get me a sandwich? Get me a cheese sandwich, but American cheese. No, make it cheddar, but smell it first. Make sure it's not yellow cheddar. Get the orange, and just the mild cheddar, not the sharp or extra sharp. Make sure it's hand cut, and then get it on 9-grain whole wheat bread and count the grains. And make sure the grains are all there, because I don't want to get caught with accidentally like 7-grain, and that wouldn't be good for me. And make sure it's non-fat cheese and using non-fat mayonnaise, because it's healthier. So, you know, make sure that's there. And if you could get lettuce, but organic dark green romaine lettuce, and make sure they've checked it for salmonella, so it's not that. And tomato, but only the Roma tomato, and slice it first. Check the skin density. And I mean, this would be my mom at NAMM. You know?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but everyone would love her and sign. They'd all want photographs with her, and hey, Mama Mancuda, look, have you seen my son with my sandwich? Yeah, so
Yeah, there'd be pictures like this.
there you go.
Album covers. It'd be pictures like that.
signing all the Cobra Kai artwork.
Yeah. See, those guitar picks I was telling you about.
There they are. The Johnny Beane crew. I hope I got the pink one. Okay, I do.
Yeah.
Let's see. Looking through. I'm just looking through the chat. Renus wants to know, Johnny and I, what are our desert island guitars? Only one guitar we could take on a desert island. What would it be? That's a great question.
For me, I mean, I've said this a million times, there's probably no electricity, so it'd be a really nice acoustic.
I'm gonna say for me, it would probably be one of my BC Rich gunslingers. I'm not sure exactly which one.
Can you plug it in though?
Probably not. or one of my go-to San Dimas Charvel Strats. One of those two probably. It would. I know it surprises a lot of people because I have a lot of neck through guitars also, but there's something about certain bolt-on Super Strats. So it would be probably one of my BC Rich gunslingers. I'm gonna probably say, yeah, that's probably one I'm gonna go for. It's between that and one of the Charvels, but what is that, cat food? Wild salmon? Is that wild salmon, Johnny? Because I like wild.
Ned says it's dinner time. Like telling me. He's actually sitting here telling me.
Nice.
So this is Ned's dinner, you guys.
Nice. And yeah, my mom is a sweetheart. I love my mom dearly. My dad would be doing the opposite. He'd be yelling at me. I told you that stupid boat wouldn't work. Who the hell ties together their guitars, you moron? Yeah. Yeah, my mom is a weekly. Brian Spalding says your mom gives you a lot of comedy material. She's very valuable. Yeah, my mom is a weekly fountain of material. Cobra Kai gets a piece of the autographed Mama Kuda merch. I got to get a shirt made up with the Mama Kuda thing, or a few of them. Let's see. Which superpower would you both choose for each other? What sort of question is that? So what power would I choose for Johnny, and what power would Johnny choose for me? Okay. For Johnny, let's see. What superpower would I give Johnny? Oh, invulnerability, because every time he's at NAMM and Phil Collin walks by, every time he elbow checks Johnny out of the way, now Johnny can just be like this, stand there like this, and he'll be bouncing off him. He'll be, what hit me? That's my new invulnerability power. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, he ran into me at NAMM. Literally ran into,
bowled him over. So that's what I would give poor Johnny, invulnerability, so that never ever happens again. Johnny, what would you give me?
I would give you the power of
bigger penis.
Of that.
What else?
Or unlimited popcorn from Colonel's.
Oh, well, I could buy that, Johnny. We're talking a superpower here. Give me a superpower.
I don't know. I would. Does Captain America have a superpower?
He's strong and agile. He has a super strength. So yeah.
There you go. I would give you that.
There you go. So super strength to Captain America level. I'd be very happy with that. James Gum wants to know, have I checked out the new season of Cobra Kai? Not yet. I'm still burrowing through Schitt's Creek. I'm binging through that. And WandaVision, which is getting really good. No spoilers, but episode 4, well done, boys and girls. Wish I was cast on that. Let's see. Anything else in the chat before we go? John Mancuda, where can I get that sweet t-shirt? I got this from Mike Galb directly. I believe he has a store. Google Mike Galb's Headbangers on Google. I believe he has a merch store. So check it out. Mike's a great guy. And again, super nice to make me specifically a shirt because I wear pink logos. He made me a custom shirt with a pink logo on it just for me. So that was really awesome of him. But check it out. I'm sure he's got a merch store. Just Google it. Let's see.
Uh-oh, they're coming.
Oh, you hear that?
Yeah.
You hear that? Let's see. Anything else? X-ray vision. Yeah, that would come in handy. You bet. All my neighbors.
Sex-ray vision.
Oh, boy, X-ray vision. I'll get Johnny. Will get me these those little spectacles you get in the back of the comic book with the X-ray vision. Oh my god! Oh! And then all of a sudden, John, mom, oh no! Oh, lunch is ready. What's wrong with you? What are those glasses? No, just go away. No. No, go away. Let's see. Robot Master Switch. What amps are we playing with? All my guitars. You strike me as a Marshall guy, JCM 800 into a full stack. I'm a combo amp guy because first of all, I don't want to hear myself at full volume. So I'm a combo amp guy. I have a Marshall Silver Anniversary. I have an orange, what's that one? Orange Rocker 15. It's like a full size.
By Orange, you mean?
Yeah. I have
by Orange. Oh, cool.
My go-to is a JCM ML250, and I like that. Even though it's a solid state amp, and I have like tube options, I like that particular one because I played it back in the day. So like that has that nostalgic tone for me. So I really love that. And Kiss used that lunchbox amp, and a lot of guys use it as backup amp, practice amp, stuff like that. Let's see. Ben Tom gives me the power to eat whatever I want or whoever I want and stay fit and perfectly healthy, like the way I am now. Yeah, fuck.
You have sandwich. You have a whole box. You have a whole box of sandwiches to get to.
Yeah, I have a whole box of corned beef and pastrami to get to right now. I'm going to get to that right now.
There's my setup. There's my setup right there.
5150 amp. There you go. Nice. What do you think, John? What do you think? We good?
I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm starving too.
I'm starving.
As much as I love hanging with everyone on Tuesday, I hope we gave you an escape from the shit reality we're in right now. I hope everyone had a couple laughs, had some fun. Leave some comments on the video. Leave some thumbs up. We read them all. We love to reply to you guys. And again, we really, really, really appreciate our audience. Wear a mask, wash your hands, stay safe, be nice to each other, and come back on Friday and check out Talking Van Halen with Johnny and Jay. And again, check out the new Gizmachi. Link in the chat. And let's thank our channel members, our valuable channel members. Everyone's valuable to us, but we also love to thank those who have gone a little extra for us, like Halface, John Moronic, James Gum, Hillary Lewis, Jim Nicholas, 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Bent Tom, Six Chicks 71. I prefer Six Chicks 69. Thomas Santiago, Voodoo Child SJ, Sean Janson, Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, 5150 TV, Jimmy Ray Hawkins. That's a cool name. Hugh Caldwell. Crosby is a dildo fucker. He sure is. Jesus Rapes Me, Randy Price, and Steve Carmichael. And let's also thank our other channel members, Charles Green, also a producer, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Richard Poole, Linny Lou, and Mary. Love you guys. Gargets Entertainment, Kurt 5150, Susan Silvestri, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Wayno, Stephen Franklin, Will Starr, R. Habs, like rehabs, KXM Rock, David Shea Gomery, Bozique, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Julia Baldessari, and Jarhead Rock. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And if you would like your name on that list, make sure to become a channel member. You're a sponsor of this channel, sponsor of these videos. You get a little guitar next to your name, like Susan Silvestri,
Yeah.
KXM Rock, Jeff T,
Jeff Tate.
And we're live on Facebook, although we only had like 2 people on Facebook tonight.
I'll take them because every one of our audience is precious.
Yes.
Yeah, and Susan Silvestri, what kind of membership can we get? I'm glad you asked, Johnny.
Click the join button. Actually, if you're already a member, you'll see a button that says See Perks. Click on that. Watch the video of me
Grubhub
explaining everything. Yeah, or ask Kurt 5150.
Grubhub gives you perks.
Yeah.
There you go.
And thank you, False Flag and Bent Tom.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Keeps the show going. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys, I should say.
Everybody. Wow, 4 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, because why not? It's better than seeing all the crap going on in the news right now. Get a couple laughs in, talk music. Get to see Steve Vai's Sparkle Jackson guitar today. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Colonel's Popcorn. It's not too late for Super Bowl, boys and girls.
Yes. Susan, there are different levels. There's 3 different levels.
One of them, I come over your house and Simonize your car. That's the top tier. That's what I do for all the producers of the show.
Member berries.
Yeah. Member? That's a South Park reference.
Remember the time Mancuda came over and polished the car with his shirt? Remember the Ewoks in Return of the Jedi? Remember?
All right, we better stop because they're dropping. They're dropping. All right.
They know we're leaving. All right, everyone, rock on. We love you. We care about you.
Jay.
Rock on.
I should have my Colonel's package any day now. Oh, man.
Nice. Make sure it gets to my house.
Colonels.
Hey, we got to do that Johnny Beane commemorative tin, the 7 faces. That looks cool. I want one.
Yeah.
I want to get one for my mom.
Jay, see if you can get them to do one of these
with the 7 faces on it. We'd love that. A limited edition for our show members.
Yeah. Before the cops get here.
Yeah, because they're coming after me now, obviously.
All right.
We love you guys. Rock on, everybody.
Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Make sure to leave a thumbs up, subscribe if you're brand new, and see you guys soon. All right. JohnnyBean.com. Check it out. And that phone number. You guys can text that phone number anytime.
Like
right?
3 a.m. Johnny loves getting middle of the night texts, right, Blue Rhino?
Yeah. Or voice messages. You can voicemail that number. Voicemails we can play on the show.
When are we getting popcorn? Oh, we will soon, buddy. We will soon. Wants his popcorn.
Okay. All right. I dropped some on the floor, so I'll find an envelope.
Rhino only gets the finest popcorn.
All right.
All right. Good night. Rock on.
Good night, Johnny Bean TV.
See you next week.
Bye.
That's awesome.